the Rebuilding Our Transportation Vision Working Group. This is meeting number 4. Appreciate you all being here. We are unable to get Bruce Hanna here today. He has continuing to work with his medical issues. So we're just going to roll without him this morning, but wish him the best. We have several things we want to do today, and I want to give you some understanding of what we're going to do, and then introduce the folks on the first part of this presentation. But included in your packet were the findings from the minutes for the last meeting, so that you've got so you have access to those. So today we're going to
Grace, can I interrupt real quickly?
Yes, please.
Lee just texted me and said he doesn't have the Zoom link. So if someone would send him the Zoom link, he would get on.
Great.
I'll take care of that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay, we have most of the members here, not all, but most of the members here today. And so we are about halfway through our work. We are still taking input from folks. But as we are beginning the transition here, we're headed toward trying to tie all this together and get a final report out. And it feels odd talking about a final report when we're still trying to figure out the substance of what's there, but that's largely because we have not logged in the subcommittee's information to us. So we have a long way to go on the one hand, but on the other, I want to remind you that we're running out of time and that we're halfway through. Our goal today is to understand what the subgroups are doing and to incorporate that into our thinking. We're going to also be identifying some cross-cutting issues and developing their the dependencies and the interdependencies between the issues that are being raised by everybody. So we'll hear what you have to say, those of you that are reporting out on the subgroups, and then we need to begin to try and incorporate it. We're also today going to learn from some other states on what they are doing and how they how they have greeted the need for additional revenues, what kind of preparation they did in working with people. And then we're also going to try and get some information on the major projects and how they are being developed. Excuse me. If I could remind everyone to turn off your phone so that we don't get disrupted, that would also be helpful. So we're going to start with the subgroup report out. And I'm going to try and introduce the folks that are here to report out again, because we haven't heard from all of them all together yet. And then I want to remind you of some information that we have and some questions that we're going to have. So first I want to introduce Duncan Weiss. Duncan, raise your hand if you would. He's with the Oregon Business Council, and he's leading the funding tools and financial scenarios working subgroup. And Anthony, is Anthony on yet? Anthony Castaneda from SEIU is heading up the Maintenance Operations Preservation and Emergency Response Group. Thomas Baker is with the Street Trust, and he's heading up the Community Livability and Safety Group. We have Lee Byer, who is supposed to be joining us shortly. I don't think he's on yet, but we heard from him last time, and Lee is with the Oregon Transportation Commission, and he's heading up the Major Project Funding and Delivery Group. Jameson is here. Jameson Auden is the Lane Transit District, and he's heading with Lane Transit District, and he's heading up the Transit and Rail Passenger Group. And Jana is here, ever present, with the Oregon Trucking Association, and she's heading up the Freight Mobility Group. I want to remind you that the working group is not is the one that's going to ultimately integrate all of this information together, and it's not the job of the subgroups to do that. The subgroups are just going to tell us kind of what they know, and then we need to help, and they'll be there to help us with the discussion, but it's up to us to try and put all that together. And as we're going through the process of listening to them, I want to just remind you that we want to look for areas of agreement across different subgroups. We want to look at what are the tough trade-offs, what are the tough nuts that we have to identify, and we'll have some of those discussions. And then questions that require direction from us. Listen for their report out. I'm talking to the subgroup leaders as well as to us on the working group, but we need to kind of get clear on where we're headed with these things. To the sub chairs, we have 75, or to all of us, really, we have 75 minutes of this session. And so I have some questions I want to go through, and we'll take the questions and then I'll just kind of survey through each of you to have a quick report out from what you're doing. Um, and then we'll move on to the next question. And so I want the committee members to raise your hand. And I don't really care if you use the device that's here or you're going like this. I'll try and pick off any questions people have to try and keep the conversation going. And I'll try and get a lineup. If we get a long line of questions, I'll just announce what the order is so that we get to everybody. I hope that works for you. Are there any questions at this point? Okay. So as we go along, again, flag me if you want to join in. But I'm going to put a couple of questions to you, and I believe the subcommittee chairs know these questions are coming. The first question is, what are the 2 or 3 most important things that the work group should understand about your subgroup area? So in your communication to us, give us the highlights. What are the big 2 or 3 items that are coming through? I'm just going to tell you the questions I have so that you know where to put them in the slot. What are the 2 or 3 questions, most important things for the working group to understand about your subgroup? What priorities are becoming clear through your subgroup's discussion? What 2 or 3 priorities or issues have the strongest agreement about what is most important? What are the hardest choices, tensions, or trade-offs? And then what does the working group most need to understand, validate, or provide guidance on this stage? Okay, so we'll try and just, it's tough to do on a video call, so that's why we wanted to line up the questions. Okay, I'm going to start with Jameson, and Jameson is the first question, are the 2 or 3 most important things that the working group should understand about your group in the transit area.
Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair. Our group has been working diligently to get a picture of where we are as a state, and the things that we've talked about, and we want you to really know are while STIF is baseline transit service, future projections would put us back to pre-STIF service levels. And we feel state funding should support baseline service and local funding can be used to meet local specific needs and interests. Transit costs are outpacing revenue. That's just a fact. Even though STIF is growing 4.4% each year, inflation is tracking just under 6 at 5.8%. Key cost impacts on that are fuel, insurance, and labor. So that's a challenge. Many agencies have cut service or tapped reserves. Within the next 5 years, all will make cuts at some level. Over the next 10 years, we're going to probably lose about 20% of the transit services. And, once it's gone, it's hard to get ridership back. So that moves the state backwards in many ways. We're going to be submitting case studies along with our memo that highlight what these cuts actually look like to people, not just ridership numbers, but actual impacts to people through the lens of housing, education, employment, and economic development. And then finally, without additional funds, rail service, that gets cut in half as well. That puts more strain on I-5. And we know the accidents, roadway deaths are an issue. So that's critical that we remain able to have a viable level of rail service. We anticipate that would add about 13 million more VMT to I-5. So we'd like the task force to really understand those points.
Questions about Jameson's? Jameson, could I ask you just to clarify the pre-stiff levels? You made a point about pre-stiff levels, and the money coming in is going to take us back there or something. Could you just make that point one more time?
Yeah, so basically, without any increase, we're talking a managed decline of service. So your rural services decline, some of your connector services decline, and we just can't keep up. And it's not that STIF isn't growing, it's just that inflation is outpacing.
Okay,
And so if we stay flat, we're at a deficit.
great. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Please, Ted.
Jameson, COVID affected everybody, and how much did COVID affect ridership, and has it come back?
That's a question often asked. At LTD, we're pushing about 70% on our recovery. And that's a question that's hard to answer in some ways because in many ways it's really not relevant, to be honest with you. The way people interact with how they get to work, where they work, how people shop today, how people use services have completely changed. And I think part of what transit systems are talking about is how do we build for tomorrow? Right? We know what we need to accomplish, but how do we build to tomorrow with how people are using the service? So to answer your question, we at LTD has not fully recovered in terms of ridership.
Are you down a percentage amount or from where you were, or
We're about 72%.
about 72%? Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Let's move on.
Oh,
Thomas.
I see. Sorry.
Sorry.
I see
Tyler.
Tyler and Dan.
Tyler.
Sorry, I was slow. Thank you. Jameson, can you talk about, I think this question, and it's what we're struggling with, frankly, on major projects, and I would guess in operations as well, is the idea that the small, like that we're not keeping pace. Inflation is kicking our butts, essentially. And can you talk about what is causing, I mean, other than the general CPI inflation, are there particular things that are driving increasing costs for transit?
Yeah, so the key cost drivers for transit is fuel. So fuel prices only go one way. They only go one way. And then the vehicle manufacturing situation in the United States has changed even from a decade ago. There's not as many manufacturers. The lead time is longer. The vehicles cost more. And depending on the technology that we select, it could be 2x the amount on the cost of the operations equipment. And then the range is somewhere cut in half almost. So your operational costs increase there. And on the backdrop of that, transit is a very labor-intensive industry, right? So our labor contracts continue to go in the direction. And then finally, insurance costs. As more things are going into the cloud and overall insurance, those costs keep increasing as well, Tyler. Thank you for that question.
And we had another one, Dan. You're muted.
I get my best questions that way. My quick question is just a follow up to Ted's 72% ridership. What's the percentage of routes that are being served compared to COVID?
So our route structure has not changed right now. If you're talking specific LTD, I can't speak for TriMet or Chariots. We can get that information to you, of course.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thomas, you're doing community livability.
And safety.
And safety.
Yes. Thank you, Co-Chair. Yeah, I mean, and safety is the biggest theme, right? We have has come out of this committee is we are not a safe state to drive in, walk in, bike in. It's not safe for rural users. It's not safe for urban users. We have one of the highest rates of traffic deaths per vehicle miles traveled. We're 43rd out of 50th. We used to be 13. And so crash trends since COVID have continued to move up. There's gaps in walkways, bikeways, and crossings that force our kids and other users out into the road, increase safety risks, and limit people's access to destinations. And the other big theme is that, because of this trend and Oregon not being safe, funding should not be redirected from these life-saving safety or biking or walking programs. Even at current levels, funding does not keep pace with inflation, meaning we're going to save fewer lives every year, and Oregon will be off track in meeting our Vision Zero goals. And at this point, we can't even talk about having a Vision Zero strategy because the way the trend's going and the lack of funding. So those are the top themes that have emerged from our committee. And just to underscore safety, the safety is livability and that is community. So I'll pause
Okay.
there, see if there's any questions.
So safety's number one.
Yes. Everything we're focusing on is safety, but through that thread, there's things that make, places more livable. Investments in main streets in rural towns, roundabouts that help traffic flow better, multimodal transportation. And compared to a lot of other projects, some of these are not that expensive in terms of investments. And I think that's been a frustrating thing for our group is what we're looking at and what we're talking about. Something like Safe Routes to School. That's $25 million a year compared to how much a lot of things cost. And the reward on that, and what we've seen in the data, is those investments save lives and have a return.
Bruce Hanna, co-chair, raised the issue at one of our meetings about the about the Safe Routes to Schools and the connectivity of, a few feet from the school versus the other facilities that are out there. Did you do any exploration of, I don't know if it's leveraging in other investments to safety issues or whatever? Could you talk to that?
Yeah, so it used to be we would do a Safe Routes to School is just a quarter-mile radius around school, but now it's a half-mile. And that can overlap with other investments like a Great Streets program. You take a look at some place like Powell Boulevard, and there's a lot of overlap where we could put those funds together and get a better bang for our buck, so to speak. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
We've been identifying places where we could take these different programs and really make sure that we're being wise with our investments, especially with the expansion of Safe Routes to School being a half mile now.
I think he just wanted to make sure that the investment didn't go to nowhere, just that you extended a few blocks out and it cost a lot of money and it didn't really connect to a neighborhood or connect to any place else. So since he's not here, I wanted to put that on the table.
No, thank you. In fact, and we've also been identifying a number of Oregon's most dangerous sections and what a layered approach to funding would be. What are like the most expensive versus least expensive? What are the longest projects versus shortest projects? How could they be staggered so we could be seeing results over the next several years with these investments and not just focusing on long-term projects and not knowing how those investments are working?
Okay. I wanted to make an announcement that we made at the beginning, but it was before the recording began. So I just want to inject this little announcement, and that is that today's meeting is virtual, but it is being recorded and live streamed for the public. Interim Director Chris Warner is in the field out in Region 5. And so Travis Brower, who's the deputy, will be sitting in for Chris, and he'll also facilitate the panel today. Jim Trent has a conflict and will need to leave after lunch, and Jim Gritz will be joining us intermittently throughout the day. So thank you for that little announcement, and let's get back to our regular order here. Let's move on to Anthony. Anthony.
All righty. Thank you, Grace. Good morning, everyone. Same question. I would like to first start by taking a step back very quickly, and I know that we've talked about these figures before, just the size of our transportation system, but it's good a reminder just to keep repeating it, talking about how important our infrastructure is. And so there are about 107,000 lane miles of toll-free roads connecting Oregonians from every part of the state. Just to put that into a little perspective, our infrastructure system network managed by ODOT counties and cities could wrap around the earth 4 times. We got a lot of roads and highways, connecting us, ensuring that goods and services move around the state. And so, and the last point is just there's about 34 million vehicles that travel through our highways and roads. And so, just wanted to remind people about those statistics, especially for our work group that is so focused on the everyday maintenance and preservation of our system. And so, onto the question. We've really been looking at this in terms of a 10-year time frame. So what is the next decade going to look like? based on the actions or inactions of that we take in the next year or so. And so the first area that we've been looking at is really uh, a recipe for disaster. We have an aging system and a declining funding stream. This means that we'll have to downgrade levels of service for lower volume roads, which will disproportionately impact coastal, central, and eastern parts of the state. We'll be unable to perform emergency repairs or disaster response. So one example is from this last year and early January, where parts of US 26, so Highway 26, were closed temporarily due to landslides. This has an impact on those local communities. They become isolated and cut off from the rest of the state. Somewhere like the metro, this might be a little easier. There may be less pain because of more routes. But when you get away from the metro areas, one disaster is going to cut off that entire community, cuts off business, it cuts off medical supplies going there. And so we just wanted to really bring that forward. And it's something that we continue to visit as we have these conversations.
Anthony, are you saying that you're not going to repair the slides when they happen?
This is more of the what we would like the work group to understand about our subgroups area. And so this is one way that we're really thinking about it is when we have to make tough decisions, these are the sort of decisions that are going to have to be made based on the 3 scenarios that we have currently.
Okay.
So it's more of like the background of how we are framing and thinking about these questions as we move through the work group.
I might pivot to some of the ODOT people that are on. So Anthony said downgrade the system. There'll be some roads that get downgraded and therefore maintained less, or they'll go to gravel, or what do you mean by that?
Yes. Oh, I can let the ODOT folks chime in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you good morning, Grace. Good morning, committee. I appreciate the moment to jump in. Anthony, thanks for speaking for the subgroup. Just to answer your question, Chair, we're looking at conditions like pavement conditions and bridge conditions in decline, and then like fewer resources mean smaller crews means slower response times, slower and longer closures. Not that there wouldn't be response, not that there wouldn't be repairs, but it'll take a lot longer to get to them and address them, and we'll see more frequent closures and longer closures on account of the conditions declining and fewer resources to do the work.
Okay. Questions from the committee? All right.
I just had a few more points. So
Please.
So I think the next part is very similar. So the second point I wanted to make was the deteriorating infrastructure over the next decade will be linked to increased crashes, delays, closures, and emergency response challenges. And the last point would be about scenario 1, so no new funding, or scenario 2, the CSL, are both catastrophic options, which will put our entire system on a managed decline level of service. So this means like parts of the system, depending on what the priorities are and what the resources are, may come offline, and we'll be unable to fix and preserve our infrastructure for the long term. So those are the last 2 points I wanted to make on that. Thank you.
I just think on behalf of the committee, the more explicit you can get about what the consequences are, your committee is strategically placed because it affects every county in the state, every city, every county in the state. And so the more explicit you can be about what you're talking about, I think we've got to translate that to the public, because that option is a real option, not doing anything. That's not what happened the last session. A lot was done, but revenues, in terms of new revenue generation, there wasn't anything that came out of that. So I think it's important to, the consequences are clear. So the more you can clarify, you can provide numbers, or if there is a map, which I think you've had, we've seen some of that, as to what changes, what closes. The same thing might be true of the transit lines as well. I know TriMet has put a map out there, but the consequences being clear to the public. So if you're out talking at a family reunion, someone could look at the map and understand it. You don't have to be a transportation expert to understand it. I think that'd be very helpful for us to have to explain that scenario, which is no new revenue. Okay, as
Yeah,
explicit
thank
as
you.
possible.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
Well,
thank you.
My, oh,
Please go ahead. Tyler.
my question was somewhat similar, Anthony. I'm really, well, I don't know that interested is the correct term, but the dynamic where the roads, where essentially the repair gets so significant that you're often, Tova, I'm sure I'm going to say this incorrectly, so I'm so sorry, but you're basically scraping the whole thing and starting over, and it's way more expensive. And I think that's a compelling way for us to talk about this with the public, because it's pretty visceral and they can understand it. And so I was wondering if you guys have thought about putting some of the outcomes in those terms or helping us understand, like, essentially we're letting things degrade to the point that then we're spending 3 times as much or 4 times as much to repair them as they would if we'd stopped at this point. Dan, I know counties are thinking a lot about this work in these moments. So I just didn't know if you maybe had some examples that fall in that line or a way to talk about that would help.
yeah, and I do have these in later parts of my notes, but the counties and cities put together the excellent presentation last week or the week before, and so the counties are looking at about a $834 million gap per a 2024 analysis, and the cities are looking at about $600 million gap. So that's just like the scope, the need. When we allow the system to go beyond disrepair. So the cheaper, maybe the chip sealing option is no longer on the table because the infrastructure has become so bad. So about a 24, or I think it's a $40,000 per mile repair, then becomes a $630,000 repair. So you jump from $40,000 per mile to $630,000 dollars per mile. So, that's almost a $600,000 increase in repair costs. And so those are some of the things that we'll also include in the final memo and ensure that you get the data. But this is a really good reminder that we need to put those figures in there.
So I know we have some members that don't live and breathe this, that they're here for other perspective and things. Before we get to Julie, there's 2 areas here. One is operations and maintenance, very specific, and that's the emergency ops. They'll slower response is what I've heard. In a slide situation, if you got a slide at the coast, we did, there was a piece of 101 that slid in during my time at ODOT. It just will take longer to repair that sort of thing. So that's one point. The second point is in the preservation area. Chip seal sometimes goes under operations and it sometimes goes under preservation. But under preservation, what I think Tyler was trying to get at was if we have conditions of excellent, good, fair, poor, and horrible. I don't know if horrible's still on the list anymore, or maybe it's closed. But when you go with ODOT has its fair condition is growing and growing and growing, and what's on the other side of fair is poor. And when you slip from fair to poor, that's when you have to talk about the sub base and go down further, that the cover of the roof of the road has been breached, and you have to go down and deal with the substructure, and that's when the cost of it goes over. Same thing for the counties. They do a lot of chip seal, and when the roads no longer in good condition to just be able to chip seal, that's when you have to go back and rebuild and do grading and all that other stuff. So I think making those 2 points separately would be very good for the public to understand. Julie.
One of the things I think is the public doesn't really understand the language of KPMs or any of that unless you're, used to hearing those things. You'll have no clue. So as you're writing this report up, think about some of the people who may be reading this report and trying to glean some of the information. But the point I wanted to make was I know that we have this finance piece that is being looked at separately, but in the transit piece, one of the things we've tried to kind of tease out is a little bit how transit is funded in each individual way. And for counties and cities, maybe one of the conversations we need to have is what other funding do they receive for the roads? So when you talk about that gap in the millions of dollars and not being able to maintain, we talk about the 20, 30, 50, but we don't talk about what other funding or what statutes prevent them from having other funding. So
Okay, we'll probably hear that from Duncan, I think, at some point, but okay.
okay.
Good point. And key performance measures is what your KPMs are. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good. Anything else on this point? Thank you, Anthony. It was good. Anything else? Okay, let's move on to Duncan. Duncan, please.
Sorry, wasn't ready for you. Thanks. Well, first of all, thank you, Chair. Listening to the other committees is extremely helpful for our committee because we are essentially in the service of this full group as well as the individual committees. Just to remind you of our charge, we are developing a series of funding options for each of the committees to look at. And in terms of the process, at our last meeting under the variable management of Daniel and the team, we generated a long list of options, both for roads and highways, as well as for the other individual categories. And again, we'll be sharing those with the committees shortly and asking them to suggest additional ideas for how they'd like to see it funding. And we'll be doing analysis for each of those options. The committee itself is fabulous. Thank you, whoever appointed it, Kelly, I guess. It's got really good representation from the legislature, from the Office of Economic Analysis, from cities, counties. It's a really terrific group and with a lot of really smart folks to think about these issues. And again, we will really, as we see it, do two broad things as we've come to and now thinking through what we thought would be most useful for you. One is, as I mentioned, we will be looking at options and evaluating them on practicality. We'll have a menu of criteria for you all to think about in terms of evaluating each of the funding options. And so that's, again, I think our core assignment. In addition, we thought it would be very helpful for you to have a broader, longer term perspective on how this system has been funded historically, how we got to where we are, and what changes have created the conditions that Anthony described. As we think about that, we think it's very important to think about one transportation system, especially around the roads, that includes cities, counties, and state highways, because it all, of course, is one big system from the perspective of us as drivers. And in doing so, it becomes really clear that the funding sources that we traditionally use to build this system, that is, in the case of cities and counties, property taxes, timber receipts, have eroded over time. In the state, of course, we've had an erosion of revenue with the fuel efficiencies and the gas tax. And so we are in a very, very different condition today than when we built the system, which is a vast system, as Anthony described, that we built, I would stress, pretty much without debt over 100 years, which is extraordinary accomplishment by the people ahead of us. And we have a big legacy to deal with. We've got something that's worth probably several $100 billion that, as Anthony describes, is sitting there. We've got to maintain it or we're going to lose it. And so we're going to try to give you a history of how we got here. And I think that framework might help you see the longer term needs for how we finance the system in the future. We understand there's an immediate need for you to come up with recommendations for the next session, but we hope we'll be able to put it in context of the larger picture, as Anthony discusses, of where we want to go over the next 10 years. And we'll need to look at a number of funding options. That framework also, I hope, will help you think about just create a basic decision tree, if you will. One question we asked ourselves is, are we going to continue to expect that the road system is funded internally by users and that the dollars that go into that system aren't going to be used for other purposes and other revenue sources aren't going to the road system? Is it a self-funding utility? That's a fundamental question we're going to ask you to think about. That's how we've been doing it historically. we want to make sure, if you want to change that, we need to know. And then again, for the other categories, we'll be looking at a variety of options, the existing ones as well as potential new options. The other final thing we're going to be looking at is, and we've already talked a little bit here, is how other states are funding the system and do some comparative analysis. So you'll be able to get a holistic look at where we stand in relation to other states. And so we've got that as a process going. So again, we see ourselves as servants to the rest of you. We will provide good policy analysis and good financial analysis. I'm really excited about the group. And again, I'm eager to engage with the other committees because again, we're essentially a service committee for the rest of you. So I guess that would be my overview.
Thank you, Duncan. Jana, your hand is up.
I wasn't sure if I could ask a question, but I think, thank you. Duncan, one of the things that I have been wondering about is if your committee is going to look at some of our surrounding states, for example, to see what their level of funding is outside of federal funds. How much money do they put in their transportation system? Because in our brief analysis, it looks like there's a substantial difference in the level of investment. And I think that would be helpful to the conversation.
Yeah, no, we're doing that. We'll be, and again, looking at different sources, both to get the level, but also just for ideas on other sources of funding potentially. The other thing, you reminded me, we also are looking at bonding authority. How much can, with a particular revenue stream, how much can be bonded, and that, of course, will be relevant to a number of your subcommittees.
Thank you.
Chris.
First, thank you so much, Duncan. This is tough work. I've served on a couple of committees in the past put together by different governors on this very same topic. There are a lot of different ideas. I think the difficulty, of course, is actually implementing them. But my question was actually Jana's question. So, Jana, we were thinking the same thing. I think Oregonians say, oh, my gas taxes are so high. But if you look at another state, they may have lower gas taxes, but they may have a lot of other fees. And indeed, transportation might cost more for them than it does for us. So I think being able to tell that story is important.
Yes, totally agree. And that's why we need to look at it.
So I haven't been the best time manager. We're spending more time on this first question and we have got other things going. Ted, is your hand up?
Yeah, just one quick thing, Duncan, if you're going to look at other states, please look at Texas. Texas is probably the most progressive state out there, and they spend a lot of money on their highways, and the way they raise money is a little different than what we do.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's move on to Jana on the presentation. And Jana and Lee were able to present at the last meeting, so we're going to pick it up here a little bit.
You want me to talk fast then? Thanks, Grace. I think before I get into addressing those three top areas, there's a couple of points we need to make just to set the stage. And when we get to talking about investments in our infrastructure for freight, I think the first point is that in general, when you're out looking for funding streams and asking, in some cases, voters to approve them, no one thinks about freight in that equation. They think about their own use of the roads. They think about their own commute to work, and if they're working from home and things like that, they just don't see the same value in that investment. And they don't think about it in terms of how it could impact their cost of goods. And the second point is that in the Freight Committee, we're a broad-based committee. I guess we have ports and rail and marine interests, and then we have roads with trucking and some of our local governments and some of our users of this system. And so in our conversation, we're going to talk about both road funding and Connect Oregon funding, the Highway Trust Fund and Connect Oregon. And so under that, with that explanation, I'll move into it. First off, I mentioned that people don't think about freight. I think they don't understand how it affects our economy, how it impacts their ability to get food, medicine, goods, et cetera, and their general affordability. That's point number one. Point number two is that multimodal freight infrastructure is deteriorating and it's becoming increasingly unavailable. Things like weight-restricted bridges, will impact some local communities, particularly rural communities, where we can't get goods to them as easily or as inexpensively as possible. We might have to send 2 trucks instead of 1 because the one truck can't traverse that bridge. So keeping our bridges in good order across the state is a key priority. Secondly, our bottlenecks. And you've all heard me harp about bottlenecks forever. We have 3 of the worst in the nation, and they're all in the Portland metro area. Yesterday, I heard a statistics at my Portland Freight Committee that a truck sitting in traffic costs at least $2 a minute in terms of lost productivity. So we need to address these things, and I recognize the conversation is going to be about protecting our infrastructure and our investment in major projects, but bottlenecks are a huge issue, and they do impact our ability to deliver goods. We have aging rail and marine freight infrastructure. We have issues with our multimodal access, things like dredging for the ports, some of our rail connections, our first and last mile connections. Things like that impact our ability to move freight efficiently. And we have insufficient truck parking, and that is an issue. It becomes a labor issue in the trucking industry because we are under federal guidelines in terms of how long a driver can drive and when they have to pull over for a 30-minute rest and when they have to pull over for a 10-hour rest. And if you don't have adequate facilities for them to do that, then they end up spending an hour looking for someplace to park, or they stop their day early when they find a place to park, and you've again got lost productivity. So truck parking is a big issue for us. And the third point is that freight is interconnected. And we do have to think of it in terms of all the different modes and have to take a holistic approach to this conversation, even though we're talking about 2 different funding streams.
Patrick, are you raising your hand? Okay. It's stretching. Okay. Sorry, Jana. Anything else?
No, I'm done.
Okay, great. Tyler?
Thank you, Jana. One of the things that I've been thinking about with freight recently is how drastically the freight landscape has shifted since COVID, in the same way that the transit world looks really different. The freight world looks really different, notably in that consumer shipping has really changed. And I know most of your focus is on longer haul trips, but can you talk to this group a little bit about how what we don't think of as typical freight, but are still often smaller size trucks and delivery vehicles, and how that is impacting the transportation system, and how we should think about that in the context of these questions?
Yes, thanks. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we got you.
Thanks for the question, Tyler. And there's been a lot of conversation about that point over the last several years. And there is an increasing amount of freight that moves. Instead of people driving to the store, they're having packages delivered on their front porch. I'm one of those people because I hardly can come home without having a package on my front porch anymore. So at the end of the day, that has changed some of the distribution, but you'll see that because you've got those carriers that are handling parcel delivery, the FedExes, the UPSs, the Amazons. They're building delivery, they're building their infrastructure in outside the metro region and then sending their parcel trucks out. But that freight still has to get into that facility to begin with. And so it's handled more than it used to be, perhaps, but that adds a little bit more complexity to the system. But I represent all of those users. So we are concerned about those issues as well. And so things like access issues into neighborhoods with certain kind of trucks. There was I'll give you a quick example. I sat on a rulemaking committee in the land use arena where they were talking about creating communities with very narrow streets because they didn't want people to park and drive and stuff there. And my question was, well, how are you going to get people to be able to move into that house? Because you got to get a moving truck in there to begin with. So things like that are things we need to consider in this conversation.
Excellent. Other questions? Chris, was your hand being raised? Okay. All right. Let's move on to Lee Byer. Major projects.
Unmuted?
Now you're okay.
Unmuted. Now I'm okay. Thank you, Grace. As we looked at major projects, and I want to define that as roughly it's $100 million or greater. One of the things we noticed is there is no consistent process for planning for, defining, sequencing, or prioritizing major projects. The reality is that most of the major projects are not, they don't come off ODOT's planning list, if you will. They're directed by the legislature. And often those projects, are given a preliminary estimate before any work's done on them to the legislature. It's sort of like, oh, we want to do this. How much is that going to cost? And they, without having done the preliminary work, the staff gives a number. One of the problems with that is that often those numbers are not based on what the project finally becomes, because the work with the community and defining the scope of the project changes a lot. And I use the example of the Rose Quarter as one of those. When the legislature decided that, it was a much narrower project than what's conceived today, based on what the community said. If you're going to do this, this is what we need to do. And so the costs go up a lot. So that's part of it. That process, because there's no defined revenue for it, creates a natural tension with the maintenance and preservation side of ODOT. One of the things that I think we're going to strongly recommend is that those things be separated by the legislature. The legislature needs to define a level of service, if you will, for preservation and maintenance. How good do they want the roads to be? And establish a base level of funding for that. And then as they get into major projects, if they desire them, they should fund those separately. Not saying how they ought to fund those, but they ought to specifically define that. A good example is 205, and to some extent the Rose Quarter. When the legislature directed those projects, they made an assumption, although it doesn't appear in statute, that those projects would be funded with tolls. The project, the Abernathy Bridge, was started, and then the governor and the legislature chose to say, no, we're not going to use tolls. So Ed, you got a project underway and you got to figure out how to fund that. And you end up taking money from preservation and maintenance or other smaller projects to do that. So that's a really big issue on that. And then a further issue we run into is just the procedural requirements of the statute. As we're moving forward on projects, we have to get through a attorney general or a legal review. Often there's conflicts between what the operations people see as we need to do this, and the attorneys say, no, let's talk about how you want to do that, and taking forever to get it done. And obviously, the longer the time you use to do or to review a project, you frustrate your contractor because they're sitting there twiddling their thumbs saying, we have a whole lot of people and equipment sitting around waiting for you to make up your mind. And that translates into increased costs. So those are sort of the big things. I guess bottom line for us is we need to get into a better planning project. And in an ideal world, we would use the evolving comprehensive planning process that ODOT is doing now, where you get farther into a project to look at that. And perhaps I would say in an ideal world, we then go to the department then goes to the legislature and say, we have this idea for a project that people seem to want. Would you fund the initial engineering on it to get us to a point, say, 30% design on it, then bring it back to the legislature and say, okay, here, we know what this is going to cost. We can define what the project is. We fix it at that level of service and we fix it at that level amount, and then they fund it or they don't fund it and we move on to something else. That would, I think, address a lot of the public perception concerns about cost overruns and so forth. And the second piece was solving that legislative or that legal review process and clearly defining those roles there. And I'm told that the process was very different in the early 2000s when they were doing the OTIA projects. And the legislature has changed the law and made it much more, or put different standards on the attorney general, and they review the projects, which has made life harder and increased costs. So that's kind of the big picture of those things.
Okay. Lee, so what I heard you say is the process for capital projects as they emerge needs to be clearer, and it needs to be established and clearer and consistent. You got to separate ops funding from capital funding, and the DOJ review is there. And if I go address the DOJ review, Department of Justice, and then back to the first one when you said the process for capital projects, you're suggesting that maybe there's the planning side, the process is planning, environmental review, design, and you maybe need to get to what I would recommend is whatever is 30% design, but whatever is established, you get to 30% design, then you have a number that the legislature can address. You have a cost estimate that can be put together at 30% design. So you're past all of the public weighing in and all of that, which is an important part of the process to understand what it is you're going to build, right? Then you decide whether you're going to fund that or not. And
right. And I think there is a realization, Grace, that on those major projects, the go, no-go decision is always going to be made by the legislature.
Okay.
And probably should. Those are big expenditures.
Okay. Ted, you asking a question?
Yeah, or just a comment, Lee, good job. One of the big problems on major projects is they're very visible to everybody. So we get a tremendous amount of input from neighborhoods, from activists, for everybody, and everybody sees it kind of as a candy jar, and they want to add and add and add. And it's very hard for ODOT to say no to these people who want to add things onto projects, and they just start building cost and building cost. And I think the management has to really sit back and look and say, hey, good idea. We don't have the money for it. Talk to the legislature. If they'll give more money, we could do it. But you can't just keep adding things to please everybody. And that's what we've seen at Rose Quarter and so on. So it really complicates the project because they linger on, they don't get built, everybody's cost continues, and the price of the job goes sky high.
So I don't want us to get into this right now, but just for everyone on the committee, if you don't get the public input, if you don't get the add-ons that you're talking about, Ted, sometimes these become brutal capital projects that just slam their way through neighborhoods, and the neighborhoods will do their best to slam back and shut these things down. So we have to find what that balance is, because these projects have to serve not just the through truckers that want to go through or the through travelers that want to go through, but it's in the neighborhood that they're there. And so an ODOT runs through Main Street on almost every city in the state. And so how we do that is a gentle process. So we've got two sides. We know it. Appreciate Ted's comments. Just want to speak up quickly on behalf of the other side so that we've got it on the record here. And then let's move on to the next set of questions. And I'd like you guys to combine 2 and 3. We got to pick up some time here. And we've put a lot of the major issues on the table. So if you've already spoken to that, you can just acknowledge it and keep going. But the next set of questions, the 2 questions we have are, what priorities are becoming clear through your subgroups discussions? And I think some of that's been brought forward. And then what 2 or 3 priorities or issues have the strongest agreement on your committee right now? So is there a consensus that's being built among the members there? And you recall Chair Hanna telling you, I'm going to lock you in a room and let's come up with some agreements here. So have you got some agreements you can report out at this stage? Take those 2 together. And Jameson, I'm going to start with you. If you can combine those as much as possible, that'd be great.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. In terms of priorities, we're trying to put reasonable service on the street. That is our priority. And while the other subgroups are looking at 20% increase max for scenario 3, that doesn't give us anything meaningful. Like 20% increase in STIP doesn't result in anything meaningful. In fact, scenario 2 would result in a service reduction of about 11%, and that's with a doubling of those STIF funds. Scenario 3 if we were to triple those scenario funds, that would get closer to filling the gap between revenue and inflation. So those are priorities for us, is to get meaningful service on the street at levels that will provide that service.
So
In
did I,
terms of
before you go on, Jameson,
yes.
do I get this right, that if you have a 20% increase in the STIF, which is where the way the state funds transit, with a 20% increase, you have an 11% reduction in service?
Yeah. Yeah. Scenario two looks for a doubling, not a 20%, but the doubling, and that results in 11% service loss. So the 20% is doesn't really amount to much in terms of transit. So we're having those discussions.
So are you saying if you double it, you get the 11% reduction, or are you saying if you have a 20% increase, you have a 11% reduction? Sorry.
If you double it, if you go 2x,
You have
service will
11% reduction.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Continue. I apologize for the interruption. Just
No, you're good. I was probably saying that in a clumsy way. In terms of the strongest points of agreement, we do understand that, Oregon funds transportation at about 11%. 11% are state funds in Oregon versus 24% nationally. So an increase in state funding is reasonable. And the other piece that we understand is that, passenger rail service, losing passenger rail service, again, will put too much of a strain on I-5. It kind of dovetails with the conversation we were having a bit about congestion and loss of productivity. I say that also that, we talked a bit about ridership in the past question, the previous question, and transit systems have to reinvent themselves. So we understand that as well, that, we have to build for the future as well. And it may look a little different than it does today. So we have agreement on those areas in our subcommittee.
okay. Questions? Tyler, your hand's up.
It is, and apologies everyone for being off camera. I'm pumping, so I'm just gonna save you all that. But Jameson, to drill down into the conversation that you and Grace were just having, is that so? If we double the STIF, we still see an 11% service cut on the ground, and is that and that is reflective of the fact that the STIF is a relatively small amount, and so doubling it does not keep pace with inflation and the inflation that transit agencies have seen over the last 5 years. I'm trying to understand the dynamic there.
Yeah, Tyler, that's the way I should have said it. Yes. So doubling the STIF as it exists today, when you factor in inflation, will still result in service loss.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
No, thank you.
And then, yeah.
Anything else, Tyler?
No, I'll stop.
Okay.
I have 1,000 questions for everyone, and I'm trying to manage myself.
You're doing a good job. All right. Other questions? Could I get clarification on your second point? I got the first point, Jameson, but you said there were some areas of agreement, and I didn't catch that.
Yeah, 2 points. One was about rail, the importance of rail, maintaining that. And the other one was about increasing funding. But I also added in there, Chair, that we understand how that transit has to change as well, right? We have to keep pace with how people are using the services today. And that's part of the conversation that we agree to discuss as well.
All right, good. Thank you. All right, let's go on to Thomas.
Yeah. The priorities becoming clear to us is an increased funding for arts. The program funds safety improvements for all road and benefits all jurisdictions. It's data-driven. It's focusing on the highest needs with the most cost-effective and proven solutions. Every 1 million in arts saves 5 fatalities or serious injuries. Safety is improved not only by infrastructure solutions, but behavioral programs. And so we're looking at increasing funding for programs like teen driver education, which hasn't seen an increase in quite a while. And there are effective low and no cost policy and legislative solutions that we're also identifying, such as automated enforcement cameras, reducing the blood alcohol limit, and policy requiring the addition of rumble strips when a high-speed rural road is repaved. And then the priorities, I have the strongest agreement. I just go back to my first set of answers, which was safety should be the top priority and integrated everywhere. And we have broad consensus that recent reductions redirecting those safety funds have harmed safety outcomes. And if we truly care about improving safety outcomes, we need to focus on funding where it matters. Sorry, I want to get through that quick to get us back on time.
Excellent, Thomas. Any questions for Thomas? All right, Anthony. Oh, please, Chris. My apologies.
Sorry. I think that kind of hearing all the needs, I feel as though the safety and community livability needs, we're actually starting at an even bigger deficit because of taking away the safe routes to school funding. Just wanted to point that out, that used to be there and now it's not.
Yeah, we were going backwards on current funding levels, and now they're gone. So we're going to be even further in a deficit on our Vision Zero goals and all of our goals.
All right. Excellent. Thank you, Chris. Let's move on to Anthony.
Thank you. And I'll try to be brief as well. And so I would say our strongest area of agreement is safety and everything that stems from that issue. So when we look at our infrastructure, it's guardrails, fog lines, the general state of that infrastructure, wherever it may be in the state. For road users, it's emergency response capabilities, and maybe more timely now is really our wildfire response and ensuring that communities can evacuate when they need to. And then around safety as well is linked to economic vitality, keeping Oregon open for business, ensuring that when people do visit our state, they can do so safely and reliably. The second point and the second priority is around taking care of what we have. So deferring expansion, so prioritizing keeping what we have in good repair and making hard decisions about where we do need to expand. And so just to have an analogy is address the leaky roof before it becomes a foundation issue.
Okay, excellent. We heard from Jana that we need to get the bottlenecks taken care of and the major projects people. So I think for the committee, we're going to have to, that's one of the issues we're going to have to weigh, where we come down on. So we'll identify that for those tracking that. Any questions for Anthony? All right, let's move on to Duncan.
So we're a little different in terms of thinking about priorities, since we aren't looking at the project specifically. I think there are really two broad themes I would say we're recognizing. One is this is a fragmented system and we need more coherence in terms of our ability to analyze conditions. We've talked about the conditions of maintenance and preservation and all these things. The reality is we've got city, county, state roads, and we do not have a full understanding of their conditions in an organized way. And so we aren't going to be able to provide that for you, but I think we're going to be able to showcase that we've got to think about this as one big system and understand the total needs of the system and the funding available, not just from the state, but also what the local options are. And maybe, as someone mentioned earlier, giving more access to local options. But we've got to have more coherence. And I hope this overview that we provide you will help you see that we've really got a challenge on our hands if we're going to maintain the system for the next 10, 20, 30 years or so, given how we're running it today. So that's sort of, I think we're agreed as a committee that we need to do that. And hopefully we'll have something that you'll find useful. And along with the comparative numbers that we've seen that you've asked for from other states, so we can see how other states are funding it. And then again, we're very committed to providing unbiased options for all the committees to look at in terms of funding sources. And again, we've got a really good committee that I think can help you evaluate these different choices from a variety of perspectives based on cost, responsibility, user ability to pay, all the kinds of things that we should be looking at as we look at funding and funding options for these different services. So again, we're excited to continue this work and support the rest of you and your efforts.
Excellent. And Chris put something in the chat regarding stats, so we'll get on that. I think to your first point about the fragmented system, as we get to the interview people this afternoon from the other states, it would be, or this morning, I guess, from the other states, it would be good to ask them how they address, the local system
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, in Grace, of course, you played a key role back in the day. I mean, this interconnection with again, I would just stress when Measure 5 and 50 passed, that changed the dynamics of how the resources available to local governments, and of course, the sharing of the state dollars. But that was an important move, and we'll put that as part of the history of the system. But we've really got to think hard about this because a lot of the challenges in maintenance and preservation are on local roads as well as, of course, state. So we've got to think about the whole system.
thank you. Questions for Duncan? Okay, let's get to Jana.
Thank you. Well, Anthony, I want to tell you that we agree with you. We think that the state of good repair and reliability across all modes is a top priority. There's just no doubt about that. We want to protect this asset, and it's critical. But unfortunately, we have underinvested in transportation for so many years now that we also have some critical needs in the major project area. So we've got to find a way to find a way to address at least some of these top bottlenecks. And the other piece for freight is we need to be able to have redundancies and alternate routes. For example, north-south is I-5 and US 97. We've got 84 going east and 20 and 26. But at the end of the day, we've got to keep those routes in good working order because look at things like the project going on in the Rose Quarter and being shut down for 5 weeks. I've been very busy answering calls from people wondering how in the world they're going to be able to survive 5 weeks of not being able to use I-5 southbound. So those are big issues for us. We also want to protect and strengthen Connect Oregon as a primary source of non-highway funding. And again, truck parking is an issue. And right at the moment, the federal government has all kinds of grants available for truck parking. So it would be great but they're matching. You have to be able to match them. So it would be great if we had the ability to at least apply for one or two of those grants.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Jana. Questions for Jana? Okay, let's move on to Lee. Thank you, Jana. You're still on mute. There you go.
There we go. There we go. I'll keep it short. Clear agreement that the priority should be maintaining the existing system first, but a recognition that there's still some other major projects out there that need to be considered. As I said before, believe that we shouldn't be making decisions on major projects until the base work's been done, so that we have a realistic idea about what the project is and what it's going to cost. One of the things that we should be considering and realizing is you don't have to do it all at once. We should take a more realistic approach to phasing projects. And I use Highway 97 and the improvements through Central Oregon as an example of how that worked very well. And lastly, we just looked at the money that's available, and we don't think that the current funding streams, because of the demands on preservation, will work going into the future. We're going to have to realistically look at other alternatives such as tolling or anything else that works and other states are doing. So that's it, Grace.
Okay. Questions for Lee? All right. Let's move on to the question number 4 and 5 and try and take them together. We have, where are the hardest choices, tensions, or trade-offs? So maybe where you're not in agreement or where there's tension inside your committee. And what does the group, our work group, most need to understand, validate, or provide guidance at this stage? So what are the issues that are popping up? And do you have some questions you want to bring forward that we need to provide answers for from the work group perspective? I'm going to have you answer both of those together, and then let's start at the top. But Jameson, we're going to start with you again.
Okay, thank you, Chair. the hardest tensions are that none of the transit scenarios being put forward are desirable because they fall short of the vision for Oregon. And so, we've been trying to look at what does that look like if that is the scenario, and how does it impact rural communities? How does it impact our seniors, those with disabilities as well? And then what does it look like in our urban areas as well? So having those discussions on what that looks like, there is tension in that. And just a managed reduction is what we've been kind of talking about, or struggling with rather. We also think that there's going to need to be some robust conversation around transit funding in the future, and that's stating the obvious, I know, and rail. But in some states, they have access to different sources that we just don't have access to here in Oregon, including sales tax and state highway funds. So those aren't options. But we also have been talking about what are the performance measures? What do they look like, and how are they aligned with state goals as well, so that we're clearly showing the value of the investment. So that's where we are. And I guess that last point is what the question that I'd have for the work group is, what should we be thinking around, what performance measures are in alignment with what the governor's goals and state goals? What could those look like? And is that a desirable piece of information that you all would want us to spend time on?
Okay, excellent. Any questions of Jameson? All right, Thomas.
I think there's going to be a theme that emerges here, because I'm just going to echo that and say that our group feels like we're falling short on our vision, our goals. We're being forced to choose between programs that all have unique and valuable benefits. That's why the legislature created them. That's why they exist. The data shows that they're working, and they're underfunded already. And we're trying to decide which ones can we keep, which ones can we make some modest funding improvements to. And that's really challenging, because all these programs are for the whole state, and they make our state livable, and they make our state safe. But because we don't have a robust funding mechanism like most states do, no sales tax, no tolling, here we are just fighting over scraps. So that's the challenge right now. How do we prioritize all these wonderful programs? It's hard to pick a favorite.
So I would pull out, for those that are taking notes, we've heard now from Thomas. We heard about key performance measures. I would call them KPIs, key performance indicators, from Julie. We've heard from Duncan that the standardize what's there. So if we were to, and we heard from Anthony about a trying to get some measure. I saw some information from Hillsborough where they said they took a policy decision, and they said we want our roads 82% in fair or better condition. So set a policy goal across modal measures and modal silos, if you will, and set a performance standard, and then determine, and that's what we were trying to do, is something like that, and then determine how to get there, particularly on the operations side. But some standardized thing is kind of coming out of several different sources in today's call. I just want to note that. Thomas, anything else? Any questions for Thomas? Okay, thank you. Anthony.
Thank you. And I'm going to echo the same message. And so, continue with the theme that the three scenarios really just puts us on a path of managed decline, and or managed decline service levels of service. And so, going back to the previous point, the tension is really around safety, just because safety takes on many forms in terms of infrastructure and transportation. That includes snow plowing, the guardrails and fog lines, and it includes so many other aspects and work that agencies and jurisdictions perform. So there's going to have to be some hard decisions made there, and that's where a lot of the tension is. Do we as funding declines, safety just becomes harder to guarantee, especially with all the routes and highways that people have access to. Another area is around weight restricted bridges, especially for emergency and freight routes. Tension between bridge preservation, maintenance, and seismic upgrades. So you have those two tensions up against each other. Another one that we wanted to recognize, just because we work with so many counties and cities that primarily rely on the state for funding. And so the tension between funding limits and the scale of need. And so what can communities reasonably raise on their own? And then the last is really around workforce reductions. While we're making cuts, these are we require humans to perform that work. And so when we are reducing crew sizes, we have that trade-off of, do we have those folks plow? Do we have them performing vegetation management? So we stretch people very thin, and those workforces very thin. So those are the choices, tensions, and trade-offs I bring into the space.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much, Anthony. Duncan.
So in terms of the committee, we're pretty united in terms of our work. There's no real controversy within the group. I mean, I think the big question we have for the rest of you is, are we giving you what you need? And again, we see the tension here is we've got the short-term assignment that a number of you are bristling with, the 20% increase or none. And we'll be providing you information on how to do that. And obviously the simplest area is current revenue streams, but we're also looking at a variety of new revenue streams of how to pay for it. As Lee, for example, mentions, tolling is certainly one to look at for large projects. And the question I think we're struggling with is, to what degree do you want to think long-term as you make the immediate recommendations for the next session? Because this is not something we're going to solve in one session. And do you want to have a long-term roadmap for how to fund this system and get it on track? And if you do that, we're prepared to help you think through that, but it's a much bigger assignment. And so I guess we'll just need direction. I know, Grace, we're talking next week, but to what degree do you want us to do that? I think we're prepared to do that if you want it, but we're going to need direction on that.
Okay. I appreciate that thought. It was very crisp. Thank you. Other people, Tyler.
Duncan, can you talk about that long-term direction? I mean, I think all of us on this work group feel a little bit of, we're back in the same conversation that's been happening at this state every 5 to 9 years for much of my life, frankly.
Yeah.
And how do you suggest we think differently about the way that we fund transportation so that this is not the hot potato that no governor and no legislature really wants?
Well, I mean, I don't have a crisp answer to that, because we need to, but I think the beginning point is to recognize, and I think this is really important. I first of all, I take roads as a starting point. Don't want to diminish anything else, but because they're all really important as well. But when you talk about the roads, and what Anthony talks about and Lee, is we just got to come to grips that we are not putting enough money in the system to maintain it and preserve it. And if we're going to come to grips with that, the first thing we need to do is understand where we are. And frankly, we know it's not where we want it to be, but we need to get a better accounting of city, county, state conditions. And we need to have a more rational way to think about what the role of cities, state, and counties are in preserving their systems and what their funding tools, so that we have a coherent statement that with this amount of revenue, we're going to maintain the system. And right now, I don't think we can really do that, because we just don't have all the information we need. So I think we do have to step back and look at the whole system as one, and how we're managing it across these jurisdictions. So that's point one. And then point two is both Lee and Anthony pointed out, we've got to distinguish between maintenance, preservation, and new projects, so that we're clear. If you're building a new project, if we're using the same funding source, that's going to diminish maintenance. And I don't think we've made that as coherent as we need to. And then finally, we do need to look at funding options that are outside the traditional ones, because the ones we've been using both at the city level and the county level and the state level, are diminishing, and they have been for decades. And so we've got to think about new options. And so at the highest level here, again, I come back, our forebears built a system that's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Right now, it's deteriorating. And it's our generation's responsibility to figure out how we're going to put it back in place. And to me, that's not going to happen in one legislative session. It's got to be a 10-year. It's got to be a plan. And again, I don't know if this is the right committee, but I figure as long as we're here, we might as well think about that as well as we're answering the more immediate questions that are on the table. So I don't know if that helps. Thanks.
Appreciate your observations. You're articulating what the issues are. Thank you. Other questions for Duncan? Okay, let's move on to Jana.
Thank you. I'm going to build off of what Duncan just said. I think that one of the things we need to do is message better, both internally with our legislators and externally with voters. I don't think, in terms of, we have this very large asset that's deteriorating, but people don't think about it. They think, I've already paid for that road, you don't need more money, type of things. Or I walked or drive by this project and I see someone standing there, so ODOT doesn't need more money. I mean, we have got to find a better way to message the value of this investment. And we've got to get our Oregonians to understand how little actually they are. And I won't speak for trucking in this case because we're investing heavily, but how little the average passenger vehicle is contributing to the system as compared to other states. We've got to, no one would disagree with the fact that we've got to prioritize the state of good repair, but we also have to find a way to address some of these major projects and the bottlenecks that they have created. And some of that is some of those additional costs are a result of things like land use issues, process issues. We've talked about, the Attorney General having to go through all the contracts. Local governments can stall, projects. So we've got to find a better way to approach major projects up front. And one other process delays, yeah. And I think the last thing I would mention on the Connect Oregon side is we've got to find a way to build a program that allows all kinds of projects to be able to participate in it. The Class 1 railroads, for example, can't participate because of the match level that they're required. And so if we really want to invest in those programs, we've got to make it so that all the players can participate.
Okay, Kelly.
Hey, yeah, sorry, I just want to jump in quickly, and Lee, I won't take much of your time. But yeah, I'm hearing the same theme, obviously, which is these scenarios aren't necessarily getting us to what we would see to be the actual solutions that we would need to deploy. And I just want you to know, I do hear that, and then also just kind of maybe reiterate the why of that a bit, which is like affordability right now is just a top tier concern for everyone that we would be asking to pay for these things. So inflation's affecting everybody, as you know. So I, as much as I am sorry that I keep asking you all to have trade-off conversations and to talk not only about what we want to do, but what we don't want to do, it is coming from a place of just recognizing kind of the world, I guess, we've been living in the past couple of years, recent election results and things like that. So I appreciate you doing both, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, looking at what we should be doing and also attempting to kind of live within these scenarios as well to help get us at some of those trade-offs. I think there's room for both in these memos that you're creating. But as the main person, I think that asked you to do it this way, I just wanted to kind of come back and say why I appreciate that.
Kelly, we can help craft a message of some kind, I think, that says to the legislature, we're practical people. We have to live within our means. We understand that as whatever. However, we need to give you a big 2x4 upside the head that this is a problem that's going to, there's payoffs for this. I mean, and if you can't afford to pay for the car maintenance now, wait till the roads get in worse shape. So I think on behalf of the committee, we need to find some way to do the task you gave us and capture the issues that are raised here in some way to give them a bigger picture wake up call or something. And I think that probably stems close to what Duncan was saying about where we go. We'll have some discussions about where we go from here. So thanks for weighing in on that. Hey guys, we were right on target almost. We have Lee to give us a report, and then we're supposed to take a 5-minute break and be back by 10:30. So we're kind of running out of our break, which I'll give everybody just a quick break, and then we come back to talk to the other states. Lee.
Very quick. This isn't a tension inside our group, but we perceive it's a big tension in the broader community. And that's, as we've been talking about, it's the tension between maintaining what we got and the incredible desire to do new stuff. I think that always will exist. It's always there. The other one, just within that, there's some real concerns about on expanding capacity versus maybe looking more towards how do we divert that capacity onto local roads or onto transit. That's sort of tension there. And then a lot of emphasis or a lot of discussion has been on return on investment of projects, but that balances off against community desires and environmental priorities. So we've got to deal with that. And I think the last one is our discussion always seems to get back to tolling. And I think that the real question there is these major projects which tend to be in the urban areas, mostly metro, versus the rest of the state saying that's not my priority. How do we use a user pay concept to make that work? If not tolling, what else is there? That's kind of it in a nutshell.
Okay. I'll ask Duncan to think about that and we'll pick it up a little bit later. Let's everybody take a 5-minute break and we'll be back at 10:34. And if you would allow I think what we want on the break is for everyone to turn their cameras and volumes off. And the staff will help us bring in the outside folks from the other states. So we'll be here just shortly. Thank you. Susan, is that okay? All right. Thanks, everybody. Susan, are we ready to begin here pretty quickly?
Hey, Grace, I believe we've got our four guests from other states. So once we've got members, we're good to go.
Okay, they're here already.
Let's just do a check. Can we do an audio check really quickly? Emily, can you hear us?
Yes, can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Carlos?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Let's see. Samantha?
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. And Serge?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. We're good to go, Grace.
Okay. Can you see if the other members are on? I can't. For some reason, I've got.
I can see several people are back.
Somehow I have this giant picture of myself and not of the rest of the group. I don't need that. Thanks very much.
Grace, we can change the view actually if that's easier.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Okay, we'll do that midstream. So if you see a change,
Okay, thanks.
take care of it on our end.
So are we ready to begin? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I really want to thank Travis for stepping in and being the MC on this one for Chris Warner, our director of ODOT, who's out in Region 5. This is a great opportunity for the committee, and I really want to thank the states for showing up. We've got some great partners here, so I appreciate the contributions you're making to the work we're doing here in Oregon. I know over time states share back and forth, but we really appreciate you being here today. And we want to hear from other states and how they approach different things. Our questions that I want our committee to look at are listen to the speakers on how they have diversified and stabilized transportation funding in their states, what the required legislation or legislative changes were, what it took to build support for the legislature and the public process in their states, how funding has been connected to accountability, how they support transit and local governments, and what lessons they may have learned. And I know Travis will guide them through those things, but I want the committee to keep your ears peeled for that. And we have with us Carlos Braceras from Utah. We have Emily Hadaway from Colorado, Serge Phillips from Minnesota, and Samantha Silverberg from Massachusetts. And it's just lovely to have you here. Thank you very much. And I'm going to turn it over to Travis.
Great. Well, thank you, Grace. You did a nice job of setting up the panel, so I don't actually have to do very much. But we're very excited to have these representatives from the 4 states joining us today, and hope that they'll have some lessons that will be valuable for the work group. You know, we're really hoping to learn from the states about how they've approached transportation funding, major projects, accountability, and long-term system needs. So I'm going to moderate this, but extremely lightly today, because I think all these folks are going to stand on their own. We're going to hear from folks in the following order. We'll hear from Serge Phillips, who's with Government Affairs at the Minnesota DOT first, as he has to be out of here by 11. Then we'll hear from Samantha Silverberg. She's the Undersecretary of Transportation Policy at Massachusetts DOT. Then we'll hear from Emily Hadaway, who's a legislative liaison with Colorado DOT. And last but certainly not least, we'll hear from Carlos Braceras, who is the longtime commissioner of the Utah DOT. We'll let each person give a brief presentation, which will introduce themselves, talk about their state's experience, including answering some of the questions that we've posed for them and those issues that Grace flagged that we want you all to explore. After each presenter, we'll take questions from the Vision Work Group. If you have a question, just please raise your hand and we'll take the questions in order. And after we're done with all 4, we may have some time for additional questions, but I'll leave that up to Chair Crunican. So with that, I will stop and I will turn it over to Serge to talk about what you have done in Minnesota.
Thanks, Travis. First off, can everyone hear me okay? Great. Okay. So as Travis said, I work for the Minnesota Department of Transportation. I'm the Federal Relations Manager. And I am going to talk about our legislative success was in 23 at the state session. And I'll start with a broad description of our transportation funding and then hone in on your questions on the support for mass transit and local projects. So for starters, the major sources of funding that support our statewide system are TAB fees constitute 36% of the overall total, gas tax revenue 32%, and motor vehicle sales tax 23%. And then we also get 8% from our state sales tax. That is not counting bonding, that is not counting discretionary grants at the state, at the federal level particularly. But those provide substantial inputs of funding as well. Minnesota system, just real briefly, is the fourth largest roadway system in the country with over 143,000 centerline miles. And of that total, nearly 12,000 are trunk highway miles and 8% of total road miles, but 60% of VMT. I listed our main funding sources. At the state level funding, I'm gonna mostly focus on that and specifically mention the federal aspect specifically. But at the state level, we have a highway user tax distribution fund that by definition, covers highway funding. And then there are general funds which come in through appropriations, and they are very distinct. You can't use general funds for highway projects. You can't use highway funds for mass transit or rail or other projects. So in 23, we had the DFL trifecta. And DFL is Democrat, Farm, and Labor. That's how we call the Democrat Party. So they controlled the House, Senate, and governor positions. And in the House and Senate, the chairs for those key transportation committees were longtime members and long time in that position. So we had a good relationship with them. They understood what IIJA meant. And so once we got that trifecta, they were ready to go. And so, yeah, that's what we base our, that's why it passed. So many things passed. So the first thing is that the gas tax was indexed to construction cost index, CCI, and it moved from 25 cents before that. That was the state gas tax, 25 cents per gallon. And by the end, it goes up in increments. And by 29, when at the last increase, except for the inflationary increase, it'll be 33.7 cents per gallon. And that results in 160 million in additional revenue over the course. Then tab fees were increased to 1.575% of MSRP and depreciates over 10 years. And then motor vehicle sales tax went up to 6.875 of purchase price. It's new and used vehicles. And we split that funding 60% for highways, 40% for transit. And of the transit money, 34%, again, of the 100% total, not 34% of the transit money, went to the Metropolitan Council, which is the MPO for Minneapolis, St. Paul, and is the largest MPO. In Minnesota, we have that one big city, the urban area, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the rest. We have some smaller cities, but none even come close to that population level. And then the remaining 5.7% for greater Minnesota, which is what we typically call rural Minnesota in Minnesota. And we collected 1.1 billion in fiscal year 25 from that MVEST tax. Then let's see. Then there's the Metro sales tax. That was increased by 0.75% with most of that revenue, 83%, allocated to that Metropolitan Council MPO for transit. And then finally in 23, well, not finally, there's two. Next to last is the legislature passed legislation to provide 216 million in state matching funds for local agencies applying for federal discretionary grants. And we went through that money. There was a cap on the amount per grant, but we went through that in 2 years. That was the first time we'd ever done something like that. It went over very well. Then let's see. The last aspect of the 23 funding legislation that was passed that was significant was called the Transportation Advancement Account, TAA. And that was dedicated funding for local projects and was funding from two revenue sources. The growing portion of the existing sales tax on auto parts and new retail delivery fee, which started in fiscal year 25, which is 50 cents on eligible orders of $100 or more. And so revenues for that were like 20 million in 25, and then projected to be 110 million in 29, and 270 million plus in 2033. And the way that money was distributed was 36% for metro counties. Of that amount, of that metro total, 41.5 went to active transportation and corridor safety studies. An equal amount, 41%, 41.5% went to repair, preservation, and rehab limited replacements, and 17% went to transit, complete streets, and mitigation. Then 10% of that money went to counties, 15% went to cities, larger cities, 27% went to smaller cities, and for the first time ever, townships received 11%. And townships had never received funding from the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund before. And then finally, food delivery support grants through our Department of Human Services got 1%. So that is the funding and our successful. That's the question on funding. Then you wanted to know how we supported public transportation. And at MnDOT, we do the Greater Minnesota Transit. There's the urban areas over 50,000 are handled by MPOs, and they have their own transit system. But we currently run 7 smaller urban transit systems and 27 rural transit systems and 5 tribal transit providers. We also develop and implement public transit plans and policy for Greater Minnesota. We provide leadership and technical assistance to Greater Minnesota Transit Assistance, which includes transit service planning support, vehicle management and program delivery, promoting best practices, supporting transit facility planning, programming, and construction, asset management and compliance with state and federal requirements, managing vehicle procurements, leading the state transit asset management plan, a statewide transit vehicle investment plan. And we coordinate regional communication and support, and we administer the Rural Transit Assistance Program. Then we administer state funding to public transit in rural, tribal, and small urbanized areas through the following 2 sources. A portion of the MVEST, Minnesota's vehicle sales tax, is dedicated to transit, which was about 95 million in fiscal year 26. And that was a big increase again from the 23 session. And historically, we appropriate about 18 million a year in general fund dollars to MnDOT's Office of Transit. However, this was cut back to 7.4 million in the 26-27 this current year. We administer federal FTA funding to public transit in rural Minnesota, the 5311 program for rural areas, the 5310 program, enhanced mobility of seniors and individuals with disabilities, 5339 bus and bus facilities, and 5304 transit planning and research. And we also pursue federal discretionary grant opportunities for public transit in rural Minnesota. And we flex $8 million of our FHWA STBG funds to FTA for the purchase of transit vehicles in greater Minnesota. And then also, even though there's Metropolitan Council has their own transit provider, we have a dedicated team at MnDOT to help them plan, coordinate, and construct major transit projects, such as the light rail and bus rapid transit depot, and we have a transit assistance fund to support transit. And the biggest projects in Minnesota in all transportation infrastructure were through that Metropolitan Council, through their New Starts program. These are the big light rail projects. That's before our big Blatnick Bridge. That's the bridge between Duluth and Superior. But that we have a groundbreaking next month. We're just starting that. So these transit projects were the biggest transportation projects in our state for many years. So next question, how does your state support local government? State Aid for Local Transportation Office, SALT or SALT, they actively partner with local governments to build, plan, and maintain transportation infrastructure. They administer both state and federal transportation funds, including those supporting the county state aid highway system and municipal state aid streets systems. And then we have delegated authority from FHWA to help oversee aspects of federally funded projects, such as environmental review process, development, contract letting, and more. We also provide technical support and other resources to local agencies. We have a lot of counties. We have some very, very small counties. We have over 80 counties in our state. Some of them are a couple hundred people and we live in them. So they need some help. Then final question is, how does your state select, fund, and deliver major projects? And what policies or accountability measures guide investment decisions and project delivery? So part one of that question, Minnesota operates as a mostly decentralized project development and selection state. We have 8 transportation districts in Minnesota that are provided funding based on a statewide distribution formula. And then down from that, the districts select and deliver the respective projects. We use the financial tool of advanced construction to assist districts with major projects that are significant in cost and constructed over multiple years. And AC allows the districts to break paying for a major project up over the fiscal years that will be under construction. And then finally, though, we've had 2 projects that were so large, the St. Croix Bridge, which we finished, and the Blatnick one, which we're just starting. They exceeded the capacity of the districts where the projects occurred. Blatnick would have taken all our bridge money for, I think it was 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years. No other bridge projects would have been able to be able to be started without help. And of course, we got that big infra grant that helped to fund it. And then interestingly, the bid came in at really low. We've been seeing a lot of that. I don't know if that's something that would come up in this discussion, but we're seeing a tendency for bids coming in really low. And in this case, because of the scale of the project, the savings were in the 9 figures. So that was, I wonder if other states are experiencing that. So in selecting, part 2, in selecting which projects to prioritize and deliver, MnDOT's 8 districts draw upon several key factors, including public safety, Minnesota State Highway Investment Plan, the MNSHIP, which provides planning guidance and investment goals statewide by the multiple investment areas for the highway system. We look at pavement and bridge condition and performance targets. We do public engagement at the local regional level with the citizens, businesses, and local government transportation officials, and we use available resources. So this is coming into play. Here's a recent example. We are currently struggling with slow FHWA approval over some of our grant agreements. And one of the projects is in a smaller city, Bemidji. And Bemidji's in a transportation district that gets about 50 million a year. And this project alone is 33 million and with about 14 million in the federal grant that came. So we're saying if this project, if we can't get grant agreement and approval for the funds to be authorized, and that money ends up not being able to come to us, and we have to use 14 million in other federal funds, that will be roughly a 25 to 30% loss in 1 year, in one average year for that district. And that'll have to mean like a project will have to be delayed or canceled. So that's the aspect of dividing it up. Some districts, like our metro district, far bigger, like a $30 million project would be a smaller project in that district. So I think that covers the questions. Let's see. Oh, rankings. I guess you asked about accountability. We have a couple facts here. Our state highway system cost versus quality, which is a Reason Foundation question. We were the 7th best state, which we saw as an improvement because it was improved from 12th last year and 22nd 5 years ago. We were the 4th best state in the U.S. News and World Report, best state transportation infrastructure. In consumer affairs, best road conditions, we were selected as 2nd best state, and we were the 5th best state in most bike friendly, chosen by the League of American Bicyclists. I bet you're ahead of us, right, in Oregon? Anyway,
Probably not.
Yeah.
Not anymore. We used to be, but not now.
Oh, okay. Okay. And one last factoid, program funds for Greater Minnesota Transit. We get 78% of the funding is state, 22% federal.
Okay.
And for highways, it's 60-40.
Well, thank you for covering all that, Serge. If you could send us your notes so that we could share some of that with the group, that'd be really helpful. If you have any questions, raise your hand. I know, Serge, you probably got to go in just a couple minutes, but if you have a minute, there might be a question or two. One thing I heard that I thought was interesting was just about 3 funding sources that Oregon does not have, which is indexing of the fuels tax, which we're seeing more and more states move to, the sales tax, which sounds like it's used for both highways and transit, and your retail delivery fee. So those may be of interest to the members. Chris, I see your hand is raised.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Serge. Did you mention where you are on the ranking associated with safety?
No, I didn't mention that. I don't have a number for that.
Okay.
I know this year, anecdotally, we've made some progress in serious injuries and fatalities, but there were a few years previously where we were seeing the number go up. And so we were disappointed with the direction.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Ted's got his hand up.
Yeah, I'm curious on your major projects, what delivery system are you using? Design build, progressive design build?
Yeah, we use design build a lot. I know, say on that Blotnick, for example, we had to persuade Wisconsin to intercede with their legislature to get permission because they don't do as many. So we know we do more than Wisconsin. And we're starting to use that CMGC a little bit with when we can. That's a newer one.
Pricing went down and you were amazed. And was that design build when it went down?
We don't know all the reasons for that. That's something I haven't gotten a clear answer on yet. But hopefully we find out in the next few months, particularly on Blotnick. The Blotnick is so significant savings that I think in like 30 days or 60 days when it's like 90 days after bidding that they come up with the complete final numbers and analysis. That's when I predict we'll know the specific reason for that project.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Coming in that much under bid is a good problem to have. That's for sure. We are starting to see that a little bit in Oregon, but 9 figures on a project.
Well, it has to start with a huge cost, right?
Yes. All right. Any other last questions for Serge? All right. Well, seeing none, Serge, thank you so much for your time today, and you're free to go.
Yeah. Thank you, Travis. Good luck.
Thanks. All right. So next we have Samantha from Massachusetts DOT.
Hi, everyone. Hello from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So just a moment of background on me, which could maybe help you with some questions as well. So right now I'm the Undersecretary of Transportation Policy at MassDOT. This is a new role. I've been here since the end of February. I oversee our planning, performance, data, and innovation teams, including our capital planning team. I came here from the White House, where I was President Biden's lead infrastructure advisor. I oversaw all the work to design, negotiate, and then implement the IIJA, where I had the great pleasure of working with Kelly. So good to see you again, Kelly. And I visited the Blatnick Bridge with the president, which was very exciting when we were able to make that announcement. Before that, I worked at the MBTA, which is our main transit agency in Boston, also very focused on capital planning. And I was also the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. So very happy to talk about kind of transit funding, transportation funding. And earlier in my career I was at the Office of Management and Budget and US DOT. So I'm so excited to be here because I love talking about these issues. I'm going to focus my remarks on 2 things and then happy to kind of open it up for other questions. One is kind of how we fund transportation in Massachusetts, including a new revenue source that we received a few years ago through the Fair Share Amendment. And then I'll also speak about the Transportation Funding Task Force that was created by executive order in January 2024 and then produced their report in January 2025. So to set the stage, just an overview of how we fund transportation in Massachusetts. For our state DOT, of course, federal funds are a very significant source of our capital program. About half of our capital program is funded through federal funds, both formula and discretionary. We also receive gas tax. We have our state motor vehicle department as part of our DOT. So those fees, licensing, registrations, et cetera, come through our main funding stream. Motor vehicle sales tax, toll revenue on certain tolled assets. And then on the MBTA side, so we have the MBTA, which is kind of the big dog on transit. And then we also have 15 regional transit authorities that are smaller. But for the MBTA, the T receives dedicated sales tax annually. And what's written in law is that sales tax amount is equal to the greater of something called the base revenue amount, which is written in statute, or the amount raised by 1% of the statewide sales tax. So we often say the T gets a penny on the sales tax. The kind of 1% always exceeds the base revenue amount, so that's what they receive. For the 26 budget, that sales tax revenue was about 1.4 billion for the T, or about half of their operating budget. They also receive fare revenue, which in 26 was about $450 million. Local assessments, so there's in statute requirement for all the communities that are in the MBTA region to contribute to the service, which is capped. Other revenue like parking and advertising, and then some amount of state contract assistance, which has fluctuated over time based on the revenue needs for the system. So that was kind of the reality for many years. And then starting in 2023, the transportation received a new revenue source from the Fair Share Amendment. So in November of 2022, after many years of advocacy, Massachusetts voters passed the Fair Share Amendment, which was an amendment to the state constitution. So it was a ballot initiative, but it had to go through a constitutional convention and kind of a very detailed series of steps. And that created a 4% surtax on personal income above $1 million. And that surtax revenue is dedicated to statewide education and transportation funding. In 2026, that surtax generated $3.4 billion, which surpassed estimates. Kind of every year, the surtax has surpassed the estimates. And that fair share money has been used for operating budget needs, both for transportation and education, and then it's also been leveraged for capital investments. So the state has been able, the Commonwealth has been able to bond against that revenue through some creative mechanisms. This was also one of the reasons for the governor's call for a transportation funding task force, both this new revenue source and also, of course, the kind of opportunities presented by the IIJA. Before I get into the task force, I just want to speak for a moment about how we partner with cities and towns. If you've ever been to Massachusetts or know anyone from Massachusetts, you'll know that we have 351 cities and towns and a very strong tradition of local control. County governments exist, but they don't really function the same way as kind of other states. So it's really those municipalities that control their resources. However, we have a law in place called Proposition 2.5, which can make it challenging for cities and laws to raise revenue. So what Prop 2.5 does is it limits the amount of property tax that cities and towns can levy on an annual basis. Property taxes are the primary source of revenue for most cities and towns. And so Prop 2.5 was approved in 1980, and it limits the amount of revenue a city or town can raise each year. There are two constraints. A city or town may not levy more than 2.5% of the total cash value of all property in the community and may not increase the levy by more than 2.5% year to year. Voters can approve an override for a permanent increase. So the voters can say, we want to tax ourselves more forever, or they can approve an exclusion for a special project. So often we'll see if there's a school project, for example, that needs to be funded, voters would approve that. But those votes sometimes fail. And so munis are left with significant budgetary needs. And as many communities across the country are facing right now, that can take a real hit on transportation. And so I just give you that context to tell you why state aid for local transportation is so important. And what I found based on my experience working with cities and states all over the country is that Massachusetts does demonstrate really remarkable collaboration with our regional and local governments. So a few examples of that. One is that we suballocate 30% of federal aid to MPOs. That has been the policy and the case for many, many years. And we work closely with MPOs and municipalities on TIP projects from initiation through design and into construction. MassDOT manages the construction for local TIP projects. The municipality will kind of see it through design, and then the bid and the construction will be managed by the MassDOT construction teams. We have a program called Chapter 90, which is a formula program which is provided directly to cities and towns for roadway needs. That was recently expanded from $200 million a year to $300 million a year. And also there was a slight change in the formula for that additional amount so that some of our rural communities that have low population but a lot of assets could benefit from those resources. We have a variety of municipal grants. So Complete Streets, we have a whole Complete Streets program. Massachusetts has been a leader in a long time in Complete Streets. Many of our municipalities have adopted Complete Streets policies. And then, of course, we also provide resources for those projects. We have a Shared Streets and Spaces program that began during COVID as a way to help leverage some of the changes that we were seeing in like outdoor dining, but we've continued to fund that program. Small bridges, unpaved roads. I visited one of these recently, which can sometimes be a real point of pride in some of our rural communities, maintaining those unpaved roads so that they continue to be essential connections for our communities. We have a local bottlenecks grant program for kind of congestion hotspots, community culverts, which is a huge local need. And those are actually all managed through a centralized portal called Grant Central, which allows for a simplified process for municipalities to access those state funds. We also have a program called LEAP, which is an assistance program for conceptual planning. So we find that a lot of local communities may know that they have a need, but they have not kind of sketched it out enough to have a project. And so LEAP is a program where we're able to pair them with some of our on-call consultants to do that in early conceptual planning and figure out what they even need money for. We also provide technical assistance for federal grants. So if a local community is applying for, let's say, a Safe Streets for All program project, our LEAP team can help them kind of build out that application and pursue those federal funds. On the federal funds piece, our governor, I think similar to Minnesota, created a pool of matching funds in order to take advantage of federal discretionary grants. That was, I think that unlocked about $750 million in resources that has been used for all sorts of projects, not just transportation, also, CHIPS and Science, IRA, a variety of things. So that is kind of where we are on municipal funding, transit funding. Just turning to the transportation funding task force. And I'll say my colleague who's listening in corrected that I said fair share collected 3 million. Fair share collected 3 billion in FY26. So thank you for the audience out there. So Transportation Funding Task Force, the TFTF was established by executive order in January 2024. Again, the impetus was we had this new state revenue source. We also had a real opportunity around federal revenue, and yet Massachusetts has some of the oldest infrastructure in the country. You may know that sections of the T that are kind of down the block from me were the very first subway in the United States. We also have a lot of really old bridges just because of the kind of history of Massachusetts. So the task for the task force was to review current and projected revenue sources and make recommendations for a long-term sustainable transportation finance plan that addressed the need for safe and reliable and efficient transportation system across all modes: roads, bridges, transit, rail, et cetera. That plan was published in 2025 with a proposal in 3 parts. Stabilize, enhance, and transform the statewide transportation system. We are very much in the stabilize frame of that. And so we were first focused, and the task force recommended, focused on deploying the new revenue source to address immediate needs, with the priorities of 1, dedicating half of fair share revenues for transportation. So the fair share amendment said that funds will be used for transportation and education, did not say how much. And so the task force recommended that we go with a 50-50 split. Huge priority to stabilize public transportation operations statewide, both the MBTA and the RTAs. This is, the transit fiscal cliff that many systems are facing all across the country. Another recommendation was to partner with municipalities on local needs, including roads, bridges, and culverts, to leverage additional fair share revenue for borrowing to invest in capital projects on state of good repair, modernization, and resiliency, and to aggressively pursue federal funding. And so when the TFTF concluded its work, Governor Healy announced an $8 billion investment plan in transportation over a period of 10 years, addressing transit operating deficits, increasing local aid, and leveraging fair share for capital investment, very much aligned with the recommendations of the task force. So some examples of where this has already been put to work, and we've seen results. So I mentioned our Chapter 90 local aid program has been increased from $200 million a year to $300 million a year. I mean, this is, I cannot overstate how popular Chapter 90 is among our municipal partners. It is just an essential part of their kind of public works and maintenance budgets, but the additional funding is allowing them to take on deferred needs and move forward. We funded the MBTA track improvement program, which was an opportunity to tackle decades of deferred maintenance in 14 months. The program eliminated 220 slow zones and replaced 250,000 feet of rail. This is the kind of thing that would not have been possible without the investments of the administration. Funded fare-free service for our regional transit authorities. Our RTAs have seen ridership double since pre-pandemic, largely fueled by the additional services that have been able to be funded through fair share. We've accelerated bridge and pavement asset management and created a new program focused on rapid repair and replacement of municipal bridges. Like a lot of states, our locally owned bridges tend to be in worse condition than the bridges on the national highway system. And so this was a program to specifically target that using those state funds and MassDOT assets. And then we've supported new and expanded municipal grant programs. So I mentioned a few of them earlier: unpaved roads, culverts, and small bridges. We also have a microtransit and last mile program that's been very popular. And these are all because of that additional investment through fair share. And so we are very much in the phase of delivering on those investments and showing the public and the legislature how that is producing tangible results. And that's, upgrading roads and bridges, making public transit more reliable, and investing in safer streets for all users. So that's what I wanted to share with you about Fair Share, about the Transportation Funding Task Force. Again, very happy to answer any questions about other topics, but I hope that is helpful to your work. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Savannah. That definitely was very helpful and very interesting to see some of the areas that Massachusetts has gone into, including the income tax revenue that you've gotten. Tyler, I see your hand is up.
It is, and I'm trying to formulate a question out of my general feelings of envy. So hopefully I can articulate something other than, oh my God. But I have two questions actually, and Travis, the income tax being one of them. And they're sort of philosophical, so you can can you talk about how the task force, when they thought about looking at various revenue mechanisms, to what extent did they feel constrained by the ones that had existed for a long time? And if they felt less constrained by that politically, how did you set up that conversation for them? And then my next question, part of that is both from you and from Serge, the deep integration with transit from a statewide funding perspective is really different than what we have here in Oregon. And I'm wondering if you can talk about how the DOT thinks about transit as part of your organization and how you think about that from a funding perspective. Because the things that you're talking about, 50% of the T operations funding coming from the state is, we just got any statewide funding for operations in transit in 2017, and it is, for example, it's like 5% of TriMet's operations.
Wow.
So yeah, would love to hear your thoughts and your feedback on that.
Yeah. So I think a sadly disappointing answer on the first one, which is that I was in the White House when the TFTF was happening. And so I can't tell you about all the deliberations because I was not here. That said, we can share the report with you, which is available online. It's public. And the task force did look at all different revenue sources and benchmarked Massachusetts revenue against other states, including the sources that we already used, but also ones that we don't, in order to assess kind of where they were. Again, they use that framework of stabilize, enhance, and transform with a very big focus on let's use this revenue source that we basically just got to address immediate needs and prove to the public that transportation is a good investment and we're going to show results in your everyday, right? And so again, sorry, I can't give you more kind of insight into what it was like because I was busy. On the second question about integration, I mean, I think some of it, there's an emotional answer and then a technical answer, I think. I think the emotional answer is that Boston is the capital of Massachusetts. The T is omnipresent, right? Like literally, I'm in the state transportation building, and this side of it is MassDOT, and the other side of it is the T. Like we are physically like next to each other and among each other, and you can't walk around Boston. Like Boston, the T, and Massachusetts and the T are like such an integrated part of a whole, right? And so I would say that's probably part of it, right? And I think if you think about like even New York, where state capital's in Albany, and there's always this tension between like the MTA and the city and what's going on here, the T is such an integrated part of Massachusetts. So that's the like emotional reason I can give you. The technical one is that in 2009, there was a transportation reform bill passed that created an integrated MassDOT, brought together a number of previously disparate organizations, including the Turnpike Authority and Mass Highways and a variety of others, and also brought the T closer into how we manage transportation planning, how we manage capital planning, literally how the boards are structured. And so there was an effort to bring the T closer, I think particularly after the Big Dig and some of the history of the Commonwealth. So I think there's a technical answer. I think there's kind of like an emotional and philosophical answer, but Boston can't run without transit, and Massachusetts can't be the economic engine that it is without Boston. And so I think it's just an essential part of everything that we do. I see Grace and Gail both have hands up. Sorry, Travis,
Gail.
you're facilitating, not me.
Go for it.
Gail.
Oh, Gail, thank you. Interesting information. My question is, what has been the consequence of taxing 4%? Is it 4%? 4% surtax to those who earn over $1 million. And the context here is, we've already had other groups that have formed saying Oregon is overtaxed as compared to other states. So to add another tax on top of that, and further, we've had businesses leave the state because they feel they're overtaxed. Further, we've had individuals leave the state because they feel like they're overtaxed. So have you had that reaction in your state?
I have not seen any data that indicates that the surtax is driving any kind of behavior. We have seen increasing revenues year after year. And so far, the consequences have all been positive.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Samantha, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned something, and it was very quickly about a local program, rapid pavement, rapid bridges, something there. What is the rapid part of it, and what work is being done there?
Yeah, so this is a program that we call FAIR. And FAIR probably has an acronym that stands for something, but I can't recall it at the moment. But the idea here is a combination of bridge preservation, maintenance, and replacement. So there are locally owned bridges that are either at risk of being posted or closed, or are already posted or closed. And we are working through kind of statewide on-call contracts to bring staff, contractors quickly to address those needs and reopen bridges that had previously closed or at risk of being closed. And so we've already had a couple that have been fixed and reopened, and especially in rural parts of the state where detours can be quite extensive. These are really helpful lifelines to keep commerce moving.
So it's a
and
separate,
I can send more
set aside of
information.
funds that are set aside to help the bridge programs, and that you do whatever they need to get the bridge back in operation. Is that right? Or
Yeah, so our
close in?
districts, we have 6 districts. Our districts identified, particularly, I think we started with Western Mass, which is the more rural part of the state. Our districts identified locally owned bridges that were either closed, load posted, or at risk of being closed or load posted, and were able to address those quickly. And the acronym is Funding for Accelerated Infrastructure Repair, or FAIR. And so happy to provide more information about the FAIR program, including some of the initial successes to the team. And
that's
again,
the program that comes from the tax on the very wealthy.
it's one of the programs. Yeah, we've overall, I think, invested about $1.5 billion, or the plan is to invest $1.5 billion of that revenue into pavement and bridge. Much of that is part of our kind of normal asset management program, where we're identifying and prioritizing state-owned assets. But this is a program that's specifically focused on locally owned bridges, local needs, so that we can get out there, fix them quickly, and reopen them for the public.
And the tax itself is 1% on earnings above $1 million?
It is 4% on earnings above $1 million.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
And I put in the chat one of the earlier reports that our administration and finance team did on the kind of impact of the fair share amendment over the first 2.5-ish years of its operation across both education and transportation.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Samantha? Oh, there's
Tyler has more philosophical questions.
I don't. This is a very specific one now, because I think you
Okay.
answered it, but I didn't understand it correctly.
Okay. Okay.
Are you saying the high income earners tax, it's only anything you raise over $1 million is taxed? Got it.
Yeah, so we call it a surtax.
Surtax, yeah.
Because it's, you've got your million and then you've got your bracket above $1 million, and it's an additional 4% on that bracket above $1 million.
That's really interesting. Thank you. Okay, no more philosophical questions. I mean, I have plenty, but we're not.
Great. Any other questions for Samantha? If not, why don't we move on to Carlos? I think he has another commitment as well. So we'll let him go and then hit our.
Travis, I'm okay if you want to stay with your flow.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. For some reason, I thought you did have to leave a little bit earlier. So
No, I think you guys slotted this time works for me. So thank you.
Okay, great. Well, then we will turn to Emily from Colorado.
Perfect. Good morning / good afternoon to everyone. Good to see you. I'm excited to be here. My name is Emily Hadaway. I'm the legislative liaison for CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation. I've been learning a lot myself today, so it's a pleasure to be here. We maintain about 23,000 total lane miles across the state, spanning 9,000 centerline miles, featuring more than 3,400 bridges. Our budget for this most recent fiscal year is around $2.2 billion. That includes the revenue remitted to CDOT proper, but then also the 6 enterprises operated by CDOT, which I can discuss more shortly. There's a lot of unique elements, of course, to our transportation system here in Colorado. We have an immense amount of mountain roads that we maintain that include keeping 35 mountain passes open year-round and monitoring 278 avalanche passes. We're also responsible for the mountainous stretch of I-70, which is a key corridor for interstate commerce and includes engineering feats like the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel, Glenwood Canyon, and then the big Floyd Hill project, which we're currently constructing as we speak. Another very unique element of the state of Colorado's funding system is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, commonly known as TABOR. TABOR was enacted in 1992 and limits how much state revenue can grow and be spent each year. So it caps growth at inflation plus population growth. So it's a formula. And it also mandates that governments must get voter consent before raising tax rates or creating any new taxes. So due to these restrictions, it's difficult to rely on any single broad-based tax increase in Colorado. Instead, Colorado has built a portfolio of dedicated purpose-specific fee-based revenue. And so each is tied to a specific policy goal, whether that's climate, congestion, transit safety, that together help diversify and stabilize the funding base. Many of these fees are remitted to the CDOT enterprises, as I mentioned. So these are government-owned businesses that provide goods or services for a fee and operate separately under the tax revenue. We have 6 of those currently. And that's an element of TABOR that created the enterprise structure. And so historically, Colorado's transportation system has been dependent on the state gas tax, and which hasn't been raised since 1991, and then also vehicle registration fees. So since that combination hasn't kept pace with inflation or the more fuel-efficient vehicles, the growth of the state, over the last 5 years, the legislature has had to work to significantly diversify funding. To help address these factors, we worked on a landmark piece of legislation in 2021. That was actually just before I started at CDOT, but it's known as SB 21260, Sustainability of the Transportation System, which generates $5.4 billion over 10 years for transportation. It has core focuses on fixing roads and bridges, reducing traffic congestion, expanding public transit, and funding clean electric vehicle programs. So that included a variety of different sections, including recurring and one-time general fund transfers. So about $1.5 billion of the $5.4 billion package is from general fund and federal stimulus dollars rather than new fee. Also created Colorado's retail delivery fee, which is originally 27 cents, and it was been indexed to inflation. So I think we're at 28 or 29 cents. That is on all retail delivery fees. There's no limit on how much you have to spend for it to apply, or so it's on all retail deliveries. It does have a carve out for small businesses, though, that it doesn't get applied to certain businesses. That bill also created the TNC fee, so the rideshare fee on Uber and Lyft rides. That is, I believe, 15 cents per ride for zero emission vehicles and 30 cents per ride for standard fuel vehicles. The retail delivery fee is very interesting because it's split up into 6 different fees that are remitted to different enterprises as well to the Highway Users Tax Fund. So it funds a variety of different categories and different projects. Some are at CDOT, one is at the Colorado Energy Office, one is at the Colorado Department of CDPHE, our Health and Environment Agency. And so it's been split up in that sense, but each individual fee has very specific parameters on how it can be spent, and that adds added accountability in terms of how it's spent. SB 21-260 also included new fuel fees. So we created the road usage fee, which is levied on gasoline and diesel and is indexed to inflation. Also the bridge and tunnel impact fee, which is just on diesel. That is sent to CDOT's Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise. That's one of our largest enterprise and longest standing enterprises. That was actually created in 2009. And is specifically focused just on originally restoring and funding poor rated bridges, but now it has a slightly broader mission and purpose. SB 21-260 created the EV road usage equalization fees at the point of registration. So that's when we really began to have significant conversations of what parity between electric vehicles and internal combustion engines should look like in order to ensure electric vehicles contribute their fair share into the system. The bridge safety surcharge was created in that bill, which is a weight-based vehicle registration, which ranges from $13 to $32 and is channeled into the statewide bridge and tunnel enterprise as well. And then as well as a $2 a day short-term vehicle rental fee. And so that took a significant amount of coalition building. I believe there were over 130 stakeholder meetings that were held. It really was driven by a broad coalition of business groups, but also environmental advocates, local governments, transit advocates that all came to the table. Also having to reconcile urban and rural interests. Our state is very interesting in that I believe 85% of the population lives along the Front Range, the I-25 corridor, and then the rest are spread in the other more rural parts of the state. And so having those extensive negotiations led to a package that offered just a little something for everyone that came to the table. And so that's why there are just so many different elements in there. The bill shared revenue with local governments, so that dedicated $950 million over 10 years to the new new Highway Users Tax Fund revenue directly to counties and municipalities. So that preserved the existing split. The Highway Users Tax Fund currently is each stream is a little bit different, but generally it's 60% state, 22% county, and 18% municipality, but there are a few different streams in there that have different splits, first stream versus second stream. And so that really gave local elected officials a direct stake in making sure the bill was successful. It was also just the right time because there was the influx in revenue from IIJA and ARPA, and so that all kind of came together in the right spot where we could all work on this landmark piece of legislation. The legislation also created new enterprises, so the Clean Transit Enterprise, the Clean Fleet Enterprise under the Department of the CDPHE Community Access Enterprise, the Non-Attainment Area Air Pollution Mitigation Enterprise. And so those all have climate commitments and new accountability measures that make sure that we can track those for their intended purposes and aren't just put into an undifferentiated pot. As far as transit funding, we've also made significant strides in other pieces of legislation in recent years. There were two big transit funding bills in 2024 that passed. SB 24-184 created a fee of $3 per day on rental vehicles, and that is directed to the Colorado Transportation Investment Office. That's our other large enterprise that was created in 2009, which historically is our tolling enterprise. So that's where any revenue from our managed lanes go. Now that enterprise has been expanded to also include this rental vehicle fee. That raises 50 to 58 million annually and is dedicated largely to passenger rail, but also is eligible for any sort of multimodal improvements. So we've been really focusing on utilizing that revenue for a partnership we have formed with RTD, which is the Metro Transit District, as well as the Front Range Passenger Rail District, to form what we call joint service. And so that's a starter service along the Front Range Passenger Rail, so from Denver to Fort Collins in the coming years. So we've been working on those negotiations, and that fee is a big source of what will be funding that sort of starter service, along with other revenue sources from some of the other partner agencies. We're focused on a new project, which is Mountain Rail, which is a passenger rail service from Denver onto Granby in the mountains, and then eventually up to Steamboat and Craig. And so that is something that we've been working on putting together in recent years as well. SB 24-230 is the other big bill from 2024 that we partnered on. That created a new production fee paid quarterly by oil and gas producers. So it's a per barrel charge that generates around 107 million a year for the Clean Transit Enterprise, and then also has a different portion dedicated for wildlife mitigation. So the Clean Transit Enterprise is housed within CDOT, and they administer the oil and gas production fee revenue. So about 70% of that flows to local transit operations. So that's through a formula program, and is very focused on creating and expanding new service. And then 10% is to a competitive local transit grant program. And then the remainder also supports passenger rail. So is dedicated to those two projects I mentioned in the passenger rail space, but also it can be utilized for any sort of rail project. So we just recently made our first round of formula grants in 2026. So that included 9.3 million to Denver Metro's RTD to increase bus frequency, but that will continue to grow. CDOT also operates our own transit program. So we operate the Bustang service, which has been very, very successful. The Bustang main line operates along the I-25 corridor and the I-70 corridor, but there's also rural routes through our Outrider and Pegasus programs. And so that has really increased in terms of uptake in recent years, and we've seen a lot of ridership success. We are currently in discussions around how we can continue to fund Bustang, because we received a one-time infusion, I believe in 2022, to expand operations, and now we're kind of reaching that cliff where we need to find another sustainable funding source. Let's see, beyond just the other local transit grants I mentioned, CDOT historically provides smaller grants to transit agencies statewide. That is through both federal formula and then through Faster Transit. That was created in 2009 and is a portion of a registration fee. So that's a smaller pot, but it has been historically kind of what we've used to fund transit or support local transit agencies. Let's see, other ways we support local governments in Colorado. So HUTF, the Highway Users Tax Fund, is split, as I mentioned, between the state, counties, and municipalities. That revenue does count under the Tabor cap that I mentioned. And so it does make it difficult at times to increase that revenue, because anytime you increase revenue that goes to the Highway Users Tax Fund, that limits the amount of revenue that can be allocated to other programs within the state government. So you'll hear legislators often say, well, I'd love to increase that fee, but then that means less money for schools or less money for hospitals. And it does create a tricky situation in that sense. Let's see. And then in terms of project selection, we implemented a new process several years ago called CDOT's 10-year plan. So of course, our long-range transportation plan sets those long-range goals, but then we have a 10-year plan that we revisit every 4 years that captures extensive public and stakeholder engagement and is updated on a regular cycle. So we just finished our 10-year planning process several months ago and adopted that new plan. That has seen a lot of success in terms of just accountability. We have those 4-year delivery windows. There's a financial cap in each region at CDOT. So we have 5 regions around the state, gets a proportion based on a formula. And what's really great about it too is that we have projects in the pipeline and ready to go. So if there is a windfall, that we can act quickly. We also have a performance-based framework. So that's Policy Directive 14 that makes sure all of our investment decisions are guided by core goal areas. So most recently, that's advancing transportation safety, fixing our roads, and sustainably increasing transportation choice. We have a public accountability dashboard that's been created in recent years that we maintain that shows quarterly updated it's our quarterly updated accountability dashboard that shows the funding status and delivery progress of every project in the 10-year plan. And so that's a direct response to both legislation and also just public requests for more insight into each of our projects. So we certainly still are facing challenges in terms of transportation funding. I'd say SB 21260 brought us a long way in terms of keep stabilizing transportation and keeping us from hitting that fiscal cliff. But we still have some work to do in terms of decreasing that ever-growing funding gap. And since we passed the bill, we've of course seen a lot of inflationary pressures that have made it harder to stretch each dollar further. But we've made a lot of progress, especially in terms of the transit space as well. I think several years ago, we were at the bottom in terms of state contributions towards transit funding. And now we're at least not at the bottom. We're a little bit further up. But yeah, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and really appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you, Emily. It's really interesting to hear about Colorado and how your Taxpayer Bill of Rights creates some strictures and then the enterprises in which you use in many different ways. So Chair Cronican, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Emily. A really great presentation. I was wondering to take you back when you started with the SB 21260. The rate you talked about, a retail delivery fee. It's on there.
Yes.
What is the rate and how much does it generate?
So that is currently at 29 cents, I believe, but it increases by about a cent each year. And let me pull up the numbers really quickly on how much it generates. I have it on one of my slides.
Is there a date at which it stops going up, or is it just a penny a year to keep up with inflation?
I believe it at least increases for inflation through 2035, but I think it is indexed to inflation for a significant amount of time. But I can follow up with you and verify that.
Okay. And do you have the earnings there?
Let's see. I don't have the totals. But it's a little bit tricky to pull just because it does go to 6 different funding sources. But I'll follow up in the chat after.
Just to know how much it earns, and that's 29 cents per package delivered. Is that?
Yep. And so it's on packages, and then also if you order food through Uber Eats or just any sort of delivery, it's applied on each delivery.
Okay.
But like I mentioned, there is that exemption for smaller businesses.
And so one other thing is just how did you get what was the work with the public and the legislature prior to the passage of this 21-260?
Yeah, so I know they started conversations very early. There had been several different attempts at the ballot that hadn't been successful. And so it was really leading up to a culmination that, okay, there needs to be some sort of legislative package here. There were definitely negotiations with Amazon and with other retail delivery providers. There were negotiations with Lyft and Uber. One of the things that we included in the package is the Clean Fleet Enterprise. So that is focused on refleeting business fleets to more sustainable zero emission vehicles. And so that is something that, some of these businesses may be eligible for. So that was one thing that kind of sweetened the pot there. But yeah, it definitely took significant stakeholding. And I think it was really down to the wire in terms of changes up until it was passed, that there was just so many folks that came to the table, and it really was very helpful to have the business community really leading and pushing on that too, because we had these external stakeholders that could kind of bridge the gap in these other ways that maybe that just CDOT couldn't on their own.
So the business community helped push that through, and there was a sweetener of some kind. They got some discount or some benefit out of the Clean Fleet Enterprise. Did you help subsidize the
Yeah, so
infrastructure for the electricity or something?
Yeah, so the Clean Fleet Enterprise, directly funds the refleeting for different businesses, and so that was one of the sweeteners. I think also originally there had been a contemplation of levying the fee, on each truck, each delivery. So if you have a truck coming with 10 different packages, there'd be a fee just on that. That I think presented greater concern to them than if it was a fee on each delivery that you could, put on the bill and demonstrate, hey, this is not our business putting this new increase on you. This
So the
is
consumer pays, the consumer knows it's a tax. I see.
Yeah, exactly. So that made them more comfortable as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Doran, you're.
Thank you. Thank you, Travis. Great presentation. Lots of stuff to stew on there for sure. I have one quick question. You mentioned that you have a predetermined catalog of projects ready to roll. How do you create, not to go into a lot of detail, but how do you create that, and how do you determine which project falls, or which one is funded?
Yeah, so it all goes down to that 10-year plan, and each of those projects being put into a specific budget bucket for each 4-year period. And so within the 4 years there is some negotiation sometimes about which one gets funded first, but since we have had these extensive stakeholder conversations with the MPOs and the TPRs, and the Transportation Commission votes on that every 4 years, that it's very public. Hey, here's what's going in the plan, and we know that everyone has been at the table in terms of feedback. That helps make it very clear that if you look at our 10-year plan, here is the list and here's what we're moving down. And then, it shows what out years, which maybe we don't have funding for yet, but here's what we're looking at in the out years. And then each few years we revisit it. So that's the general idea of how the process works. But, sometimes it's when we come down to those little details, there's some debate there, but for the most part, it's pretty clear.
But it's vetted through your Transportation Commission then?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And then adopted through a public process.
Thank you.
And Tyler, I saw your hand up, but now it's down. Did you want to ask a question?
No, I think Grace asked most of the questions that I was interested in on the freight, the delivery surcharge.
Perfect. And I'll definitely put it in the chat.
I guess my other question is, I'm assuming we'll get notes, Travis, because Emily, I was trying to capture all of the various revenue mechanisms y'all have, and I definitely miss some in my furious note taking. So
There's definitely a lot there. I'm happy to send my notes as well.
that would be so helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Please send those to me, Emily, and we'll get them in as part of the record and share it with folks. Okay. If there are no other questions, we will move along to
Looks like
Carlos
there might
from
be
Utah.
one more from Chris.
Oh, sorry.
You're on mute, Chris.
Okay, yes. So thank you, Emily. Regarding the EV parity, Oregon's going to start a road user charge that's going to be required, which is really pretty cool. I will say that the way it's set up, an EV will pay about the equivalent of a 20 mile per gallon car, but pay far more. But as compared to other ICE vehicles that get better mileage, it will end up paying more than they do, which seems rather odd. So I'm curious how you all have addressed parity.
Yeah, it's great timing that you asked that because we actually have a report that's due later in the year that is the 5-year follow-up to SB 21-260, where we are supposed to look at the different rates that were assessed on each of the different vehicle categories, and if we've achieved parity, where have we landed. So we're actually working on that as we speak, and it does actually show that EVs are paying a little bit more than what the internal combustion engines are paying, on average, and part of that is that we didn't expect fuel efficient, the rates of fuel efficiency we're seeing in terms of internal combustion engines. And so I do think there probably will be opportunities to look at those rates in the future to kind of level out the playing field. There's also the matter of just regular hybrid vehicles, that we don't have a fee on hybrid vehicles. And so they really have the best deal right now in terms of that they aren't paying very much gas tax and then don't have that additional registration fee levied. And so it's been a really interesting analysis, but I think we're still in that kind of constant push and pull. And I think it's very interesting that you guys are pursuing the RUC process, because it, ultimately I think that probably is the most equitable system, but it is there's a lot of different elements in terms of implementing it. So we'll be watching really closely how that all pans out. But yeah, I think we have some more work to do there too.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Emily. Just one note, the conversation about a 10-year plan and commission work that we're doing, or that you're doing in Colorado, is very similar to what we're doing with the capital investment program here in Oregon. And I think we've even learned from Colorado about what you're doing in that regard. So thanks for being a place that we can learn from.
Thanks.
All right, so let us turn now to Mr. Braceras from Utah.
Please, Travis, Carlos, you know that. Well, yes, still good morning for you in Oregon. I appreciate the work that you're doing on this. I feel like I'm part of a resident of Oregon, but actually I have a home in Washington, right across the Columbia by Hood River there. So I try to spend as much time as I can. I purchase all my goods over on the Oregon side, and as I'm sure all of you understand. But if I can, I've just I'll talk about our journey first, and then I've got a snapshot. I shared it with Travis. He could bring it up afterwards. That shows you, it's from we call it our strategic plan. It's on our website, but shows you our funding distribution. I will say that we are well funded in the state of Utah, and that's not too many DOTs can probably say that. And you'll understand that, I think, when I show you the picture. I'll start the journey back in 1995, and just before I do that, I'll just put a little bit of context on this. Utah's still a very, very fast growing state. 65% of Utah is owned by the federal government, another 10% by state and local governments. So We have a very small portion of the state where people can live and have businesses, 25% of the land mass. And so that means that we are the seventh most urbanized state in the country. And so we have really, we have urban transportation challenges, but we also have very, very rural portions of our state. So we have that rural component as well. May be a surprise to you, Utah is a very conservative state. We believe in limited government. But they do, ever since going back to 1995, I was appointed as deputy by Governor Levitt at that time. Um, we have believed in the role of government is to build infrastructure, to essentially create the foundation for private industry to innovate and to grow and to kind of get out of the way, create that level playing field, allow businesses to go at it. And that may sound like a very duh, yeah, that makes sense, but that has been such an underlying philosophy for all members of the legislature, and then the next, I guess I'm on my fifth governor, that we've had is that idea of limited government, but infrastructure is one of those key roles for the state to be able to provide. So we are, because we're still growing, we are taking a very, we have been and we are still taking a very aggressive approach to increasing capacity. And when I say that, increasing highway capacity, transit capacity, active transportation capacity, and working on aviation things as well, but those are little numbers. But we are very much taking this abundance approach. Our income taxes are dedicated 100% to education, and sales tax is really the biggest tool that the legislature has to play with, and understanding the difference between us. Oh, I didn't know where that was going to take us, Travis. We're going to have to click a little bit, but when I get to it, you can maybe click for me. I'm sorry to have to do that for you. I'm going to go down 1995. We needed to rebuild I-15 through Salt Lake City. It was 3 lanes in each direction, built in 1961, had both bridge issues, but it also had congestion, significant congestion issues. We needed a revenue package. And at that time, the approach that the governor took, and I call it built a Christmas tree. So assembled legislative members together and said, I need to increase revenue. What's it going to take? And so every member, essentially got to get together and pick the projects that they wanted for their area. And so we ended up with 41 projects plus I-15, totaling about $3.2 billion. It was to do this, I-15 itself was a $1.32 billion job. They increased the gas tax by 5 cents, doubled the vehicle registration fee. Really, the first time on a programmatic basis, made the decision that the legislature was going to put general fund monies, so the state sales tax, towards building these capacity projects. There was also the requirement that the Department of Transportation needed to become more efficient every single year to the tune of $6 million. So every year, the legislature took $6 million from our operating budget and moved it over into this fund that they created. It was called the Centennial Highway Fund. We were just, had celebrated the centennial of the state of Utah. And so these 41 projects plus I-15 were in the Centennial Highway Fund. And so we had to demonstrate our efficiencies every year. And so we would go in front of executive appropriations and come up with these efficiencies. The one that was kind of the big one was one that we were able to eliminate 100 positions. We combined our construction and our maintenance program together. And so all of our maintenance people are certified in construction inspection and testing. All of our construction people have their CDLs and they push snow in the winter and we move them back and forth on a continual basis. It's hard. It's really hard to do this, but we're able to justify increasing the salaries of our people. It helped build our credibility. At the end of the day, the only way you get revenue is the only currency I have is trust. That's the only thing. And it takes building relationships step by step. And it takes, doing what you say you're going to do. And when something messes up, you've got to be the first one to admit, I screwed up. This is what I learned. This is how it won't happen again. This is how we're going to move forward. We are probably the second smallest DOT in the country by people. We outsource, I think, percentage-wise more than any DOT. 94% of our design engineering is outsourced. 65% of our construction engineering is outsourced. That's really hard to do because the contractors hate that. The consultants hate to make a decision in the gray. They really want to work with the owner. And so you have to have an owner close by that can step in and make those decisions. I think a lesson learned is you can't ask for more money until you've proven that you're efficient and effective. And you have to demonstrate that continually. This isn't a one-time deal to say, check mark, I'm done. Every year we publish a report of our innovations and efficiencies. You can go to our website. It goes back to 1997, and you have to brag about it. And, I hate being a salesman and bragging about what we do, but you have to be a salesperson and brag about what you do. When they built this Christmas tree, the legislature ended up owning the projects, and that turned out to be a problem. We got the I-15 done. It was the very first design build project in the entire country for DOTs. 16 miles, 136 bridges. We started it in March of 97. We finished it in May of 2001. We finished it ahead of schedule, under budget. But then we went into a little bit of a recession in 2002, right after the Winter Olympics that we hosted. And all of those projects that were promised, all of a sudden the costs started increasing and they needed more money. And the legislature every year found themselves being pushed into a corner and having to fund these projects. They hated that. And then on top of that, we had big projects that had no funding for them. And everyone kept saying, now what about us? We have to find a way for this, for us. And so the legislature in 2003, 2004, I think this was a transformative moment. They put together what we call the Legislative Planning Task Force. And so it met over 2 interims. We have a 45-day legislative session by state constitution. So it's a beautiful thing. It's intense, but you're in and out, it's fast. And their decision was these are only going to be legislators on this task force because we need to make sure we own the outcomes. They had done several other task forces that were made up of business leaders and other folks, and those recommendations never got traction. So they made the very intentional thing that these were going to be legislators. And in fact, one of the co-chairs on that committee ended up being the Speaker of the House. She ended up becoming a huge transportation champion. And so some of the outcomes here, and there was a whole big long report that came out of this, was that there was a nexus between sales tax and transportation. And basically they did a study and they said 17% of the statewide sales tax was attributed to vehicles or vehicle-related sales. They said you need to get into road usage charge. And so we've been doing pilots working along with Oregon for years, and we went fully operational with our full operational model for RUC it was a great timing, January 1 of 2020. Thank COVID. They came out and said we should be tolling. They said we should be doing hot lanes. So we now operate the longest contiguous variable priced hot lanes, high occupancy toll lanes in the country on I-15. And we came out with saying, I remember when the chair said, what are your plans? And we all, so the state of Utah does rural Utah. We had a 30-year plan. The MPOs all came up with their plans. Transit guys came up with their plans. And she made a statement that said, why can't you guys all get together? And so one of the recommendations was generate a unified plan. So we now, and I think we were the first ones to do this. I don't know if anyone else still does this now, but we have a unified state plan. So the goal was the entire state speaks with one voice. We have one place where the entire statewide needs are listed. And that's where any plan that moves into the funded program has to come through that. So fast forward, the then chair of the committee is now Speaker of the House, and she runs a bill to create what we call now the Transportation Investment Fund, the TIF. And it was only for capacity projects. So at the time, it was for projects over 5 million that add capacity to the system. And at this time, we happened to have a surplus. That surplus equaled 8.6% that was 8.6% of the general fund at the time. So in statute, they said every year going forward, 8.6% of the sales tax will go to capacity projects. Now, they also said, we don't want to pick the projects because we don't want to have to be accountable for, always coming up with money to backfill them if they go over budget or if they get delayed. And so they said, UDOT, come up with a prioritization process that you will use and the commission will use to prioritize projects. And they reviewed that, and it's in state rule of that prioritization process. And we tweak it every now and then when we get suggestions from the legislature. But that's where the projects come from. We got a provision in there that roads and bridges built with this fund could be maintained with this fund. And so every year we say, okay, these, pick a number, 50 projects that we built over the last 20 years. We're going to do a preservation project, a rehabilitation project, whatever it is. And we need to take this money from the capacity fund and move it over into our basically preservation fund. And so that was our ability to make sure that we could take care of what we built as we're building this new capacity. So follow up 2010, a gentleman who was on the task force, a legislator who was on the task force who had left the legislature. Oh, by the way, he became the chair of our commission for 2 years, and then he went on to go into the Senate. He's now the Senate president, but he ran a bill in 2010, Senate Bill 229, that said any increase, any surplus in the general fund that's above 3%. So you know how the legislature will determine and project revenues going forward for a couple of years. If there's any surplus, 3% above that, that goes into TIF until you hit 17%. And so that was in place for years. Well, we hit 17% quite quickly. And in fact, now, and there's various mechanisms, there's a lot of history here I'm not going to go into, but there was we're now at 27.68% of the statewide sales tax goes into the TIF for capacity projects. In 2015, and this goes back again to the I-15 project. So think 2001, we're talking to the legislature, we're going to cut a ribbon, we're done with the project. They're like, well, we want to make sure you're going to maintain that project. And we negotiated with them and we said, we'll implement a asset management program. And so we started that asset and management program in 2001 statewide. We focus on pavements and bridges, the two biggest assets every DOT has. And we were able to demonstrate with asset management starting in 2010 that our low volume roads, we couldn't maintain them. We didn't have enough money to maintain the pavements. And after 5 years of showing the data, showing what we projected for conditions and then showing the actual measured conditions, we were able to get a gas tax increase, a 5-cent gas tax increase in 2015, and it was indexed. And it was indexed to increase with CPI, and that index had a cap at 42 cents a gallon. So at the time we were at 28 cents a gallon, they capped it at 28 cents a gallon. There's a lot more history involved in this, and I'll show you. Travis, can you bring this up? And I apologize. I'm going to have to ask Travis. I didn't know this is how stupid I am, guys. I don't know how to share stuff in Zoom. We use Google Meets. I started looking at it. I panicked. I sent Travis the link. And so I was like, I don't know how I'm going to share something. Travis, you see the money on the left? Click the money on the left. Go to 2027. Go to 2027. Okay. If you could page up a little so everyone, yeah. So these are the different funds. You can see that the Transportation Investment Fund, that's again the statewide sales tax. And you can click into each one. So you guys have now access to the website. And you can see the revenues and the expenditures. You can click on the tab on the top, but we don't need to do that right now, Travis. Let's go back, arrow back. Okay, beautiful. So that's the capacity fund I explained. The transportation fund, that's the state gas tax and the vehicle registration fees. And you can click into that one. I'll show you because I think there's, you can see here. Sorry, I can't see. Okay, so those are revenues. Click on expenditures, Travis. Okay, so these are what we call on the left, the wheel. That's our line items. The legislature puts money in those line items. But if you page down a little bit, you can see the money that we send to the different programs. Try on the left side. I think that would go down too, won't it? Yeah. Okay, so B and C. That's the money, that's 30% of the transportation fund. So the gas tax, state gas tax, and vehicle registration, essentially. There's some motor carrier fees in there but it's small. That's 30% is distributed to the cities and counties by an incredibly politically negotiated formula that I've asked them never to open up again. But there's so many hold harmless things inside of that, but we make that distribution every 2 months based on actuals. So what you see here is the legislature makes a guess, when they appropriate, but we get intent language every year since constitutionally the money has to stay for roads. It can't be used for anything else. We get a provision every year that says we can spend what comes in, but we can't spend what doesn't come in. So our comptroller's office, we work with the state tax commission, and we distribute it to every city and every county every 2 months, the actuals that come in. But you can see that's the piece that goes to locals. Let's go out, Travis, and go back to the general, the wheels of fortune here. There. Okay, so you can see our federal highway funds, it only represents 17% of our budget. So, it's really important to us, but we put our federal money on the most boring stuff we can find. We put it on basically pavement preservations and bridge deck preservations. Now, over the years, as this TIF has grown, we've advocated to put more money to transit. So you can see we have a transportation investment fund, and that's broken into 2 pieces primarily. About 50 million of that is dedicated to just our heavy rail, front runner we call it. And we do we do the capital projects for transit. And with that, we also have done some transit grants for capital development. So there's the Utah Transit Authority, that's the big transit agency in the Salt Lake area. But we have 6 other transit districts of decent size that we also help support with capacity improving projects. They have to prove to us that they can operate and maintain it before we're going to give them the money. The biggest project we're doing right now in transit, we're doing a $3.2 billion double tracking of front runner that we're working on right now. So that's our piece in transit with state money. We also have this active transportation investment fund. This is something that I pushed personally, and it's the idea of creating basically the interstate of trails. I'd say that I want to connect every city, town, park, church, all together with an active transportation. For years, we've been giving grants to cities and counties to build trails. They've done a great job building trails. Now I want to connect them all together. And that's what this fund is here. And so it's $45 million every year. The thing is, these are percentages. So you see it's tied to a percentage of the statewide sales tax. So this grows. This grows with the economy. That's the beautiful part of these things. It's unlike gas tax, the excise tax, which is fixed. The Cottonwood Canyon Transportation Investment Fund, that's to deal with our 4 big ski resorts. Now, on the front side, the big snow resorts, Alta Snowbird, Brighton Solitude, Park City, Deer Valley, they're on the back side. They get a little less snow. They have access by an interstate. These are really congested canyons. And so we're now going to be in the bus operating business, the transit operating business, and we're about to make a purchase order on 50 buses, and we'll start operating bus service up there. The Rural Transit, you've heard like my other friends in transportation, that's the federal Rural Transit program. Aeronautics, we have state aeronautics funds that we have an excise tax on aviation fuel, but it's also, we use that money to match the FAA money and work with our 46 local airports on that. There's so much more in here. I mean, we have a quarter preservation program that we've been operating for 25 years where we purchase properties from willing sellers. We have a tax on vehicle rental cars. And we purchase properties from willing sellers on any project that's within the 30-year long-range plan or even outside of that. And so we're looking to preserve corridors to be able to build these future, whether it's transit, hovercrafts, or more cars. So I'll leave it at that. I know I went too long. I apologize.
No, that was great, Carlos. Really appreciate the overview, and especially from a state that has been very successful and has a very well-funded program. You're definitely known for that across the nation as being one of the leaders among state DOTs. All right, Julie, you have your hand.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Just a quick question. I noticed that a lot of the money that goes towards transit is for infrastructure. How does transit in your state actually fund their operations?
Yeah, it's local option sales tax is really the operation part of it. There was a huge trust issue, especially with the Utah Transit Authority. They were giving themselves huge salaries. They skirted the line between a public agency and a private agency for years. I mean, we flirted in 2015. The legislature wanted to put them under us, but they have so much debt, the state would have to take on their debt. And so the state wanted to get into transit, and this was their compromise, that we do the capital. And they stuck me as one of the transit commissioners on the board. God bless them for that, I guess. But it's local option sales tax to basically operate it, and the federal formula dollars to maintain, really do a lot of the maintenance and the bus replacements and those types of things.
Tyler.
I'm really interested in the efficiency approach that you talked about. And in particular, we've heard a lot in Oregon for our major projects that are outsourcing actually for us creates inefficiencies because we have wonderful staff, but they don't have the experience in managing contractors, and it creates a bit of an echo effect to increase overall project cost. Can you talk about how you guys have built relationships or managed relationships or set up your structures to navigate that space?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm telling you, this is not saying you outsource really sells well with remember, I started with conservative. We're not growing government. There's not a single legislator, I think, that comes in and says, I'm going to grow government. And so it's almost a default position to outsource as much as you can. But, we had a legislative audit in 2015 or 16 that looked at the costs that we have to pay consultants versus we pay employees. And they're like, you're paying more money for consultants than you are for employees. And we're like, yeah. But their comeback is, well, you're not paying the long-term costs, the long-term carrying costs, the retirements and the benefits and all of that. And they're true on that. So for us, this was about developing very, very high-level expertise in project management. And, so you have to be, for us, I'm sure that other paths, for us, you have to have done the work first. So we work hard on maintaining enough internal work to develop core competencies. And so that decision between what's a needed core competency or what's something that you can truly outsource, that's a very important decision to make. But things like doing the design engineering, I need a project manager. Excuse me if I'm rude here, guys, but if a consultant tells me it takes 10 hours to design a pipe culvert underneath a road, I need a project manager that can say, bullshit, I can do that in 2 hours. I've done it in 2 hours. And so you have to make sure you maintain core competency before you start saying we're going to start to leverage your employees by outsourcing more. Now, part of our challenge was we would never have been able to grow our workforce to meet the way our program grew. I mean, those dollars, if you saw those dollars, we have $20 billion in the design cycle going right now with about, total, I have 1,700 employees, and most of those are in, operations and construction folks out in the field. Those are field people. So you have to maintain core competency, and then give a path towards who's going to be those project managers, and give a lot of training to project managers. And you have to have strong people to do this. And you can't just take somebody who was a good engineer and say, now you're leading a, you know, $300 million project, because you're going to be faced with very sophisticated designers and very sophisticated contractors, and it's tough. So it sounds easy to some of my legislators and they love the idea, but it's hard. Sorry if that was too long.
No, that was really helpful, and thank you.
We probably have time for one last question, unless Chair Kreniken cuts it off. All right. If not, I want to thank Carlos and all the rest of the panel. You did a great job laying out the diversity of ways that different states invest in their transportation systems. I've always heard the counties say, if you've seen one county, you've seen one county. I think we learned today, if you've seen one state, you've seen one state. But you have certainly given the Vision Work Group a lot of great information to help inform their work going forward. So thank you all.
Travis, thank you, and all the Carlos and others. You just did a great job. It was a great piece of information for us to have. So thank you very much. To the bigger group, I know this is a long day, but we got some excellent information here, and I'm so grateful to everyone for presenting it. We're going to come back. We're going to give you a 45-minute break, and we're going to come back. No, we're not going to give you. We'll give you a 30 or 41-minute break or something. Anyway, we're going to come back at 1. Susan?
I was going to say, Grace, I think it's fine to do a full 45 minutes. The first agenda item we can do within that 20-minute time frame. So,
Okay. All right.
If you want to do 105 for return.
Yeah, great. Okay. So 105, everyone back in place. And in the meantime, if you would please turn off your volume and turn off your sound and turn off your picture. And then we'll rejoin at 105. Thank you very much. Great presentation. And Travis, thank you for putting it all together. Here we go. That's the screen I was looking for. Welcome back, everybody. We have sort of two things left to do today. We've got some updates on from Kevin and from Susan about how we're going to excuse me, about how we're going to get some public input into the process and what our work plan is for bringing closure out, so we can kind of look at where we have to go, yet to go. Excuse me. And we're going to have Kelly Brooks walk us through with some input from some others, the major projects panel, and talk to us about issues with moving projects through. And I'll let Kelly tell you more about that. So let's begin. I think we have most people back, not everybody, but most people back. Let's begin with Kevin and Susan. Kevin, do you want to start us off with an update on how the open house is going to go and how we're going to get some public input?
I'll do a quick introduction. Let me grab the slides
All
real
right.
quick. Okay. Many of you guys know me, but for the record, Susan Pythman, I am the ODOT project manager on the Rebuilding Our Transportation Vision work. I'm here with my colleague, Kevin Glynn, our ODOT communications director. And as Grace said, we're here to give a bit of a public engagement and work group update. And let me put my slides in the presenter mode. Actually, I'm going to leave them as it is because it's working right now. Kevin, did you want to pop through?
Sure.
Public engagement?
So thank you, Susan. Hi, everybody. Kevin Glenn, the communications director at ODOT. So here to talk to you today about the public engagement for the work group. Taking maybe just a slight step back, I think, sorry, I had a cold last weekend. I think what we heard consistently during the legislative discussion, mostly through 2025, is kind of two things. One, Oregonians did not feel like they necessarily had a chance to be involved. We did have that sort of big tour around the state, but it was limited to the people who could really attend. And so when there was actually a legislative discussion, there wasn't so much public engagement available. And the second thing that we heard a lot is that people were worried that both current funding and potential future funding was not being spent on the right priorities. They didn't necessarily believe that their government and their transportation agencies were spending the money in the way that they would want it to be spent. So the idea behind this public engagement opportunity in this survey is that we really wanted to, A, reach as many Oregonians as possible, giving them the chance to really give their feedback and guidance to this group and the state. And two, really ask them to engage in that priorities question. We at ODOT, at least, we have some long-running surveys that do a great job of understanding what Oregonians want to see out of that transportation system. And in general, what we see in that is people have a lot of support for most things across the spectrum, right? There's broad support for maintenance and preservation and safety and transit and all those sorts of things. What we don't necessarily have much data on is actually asking the people of Oregon to engage in the same conversation that you folks are having, which is, okay, yes, all those are good, but what should you prioritize? What should you not prioritize? And what do you do with your next dollar? So that being said, maybe I'll quickly go through the survey just to show you what it looks like. Oh, Susan, can you stop sharing? Thank you. Here we go. Okay, so the survey is live right now. It lives on the Governor's Transportation Vision Work Group website. So if you scroll down to the bottom where we've talked about public input, you can click here, which is to take the public survey online. It'll take you to a brief page which sort of describes what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to learn. It then briefly asks you to put in a email and your zip code just so that we can collect and make sure that we're hearing from people across the state. We won't use the emails to communicate with folks, but we just want to put that in there just so people don't necessarily take the survey 1,000 times, or at least try to deter that a bit. It starts with some background information on kind of the broad categories of transportation activities, which we would describe sort of roughly as preservation, maintenance, transit, safety, facilities to make it easier to bike and walk, and then construction projects to improve congestion. And then the first survey question allows you to choose those categories and rank them as your first priority all the way to your sixth priority. So I will just choose these so that I can show you the next slide, because it won't let you move forward if you don't. And then on the next slide, it asks you to imagine that basically you are in charge of the budget. So yes, you've said this is your top priority, this is your sixth priority, but that doesn't necessarily mean for all folks that their sixth most important priority is something that they want to put $0 to. They may just feel that it's not the most important priority, but it may still be something important for the state to invest in. So again, here, I'll just sort of put in some placeholders. And that allows you to get to the third question, which is trying to have folks give us guidance on, okay, if we are in a place where we need to reduce spending, where something needs to have less funding than others, what would impact you the most? And so it's the same kind of question. These are basically the same question, getting at different ideas and encouraging people to think about them in a sort of different ways. So again, I'll go through these orders. And then the last question is open-ended. And so one of the other things we've heard from folks is they're just a little concerned that their government and their transportation agencies are not necessarily spending money efficiently, that they're not necessarily accountable to their communities and to their leaders. But we really wanted to get to people to give them the option of really digging into that concept. What does it look like to have an efficient transportation agency? What does it look like to you to have a transportation agency that's accountable to you and your community and your leaders? So it's an open-ended question here that people have the option of submitting. And then that is the brief survey. So I ran through it probably a little faster than most people will do it, but it shouldn't take more than about 5 to 10 minutes for folks to do. So from here on out, the survey is live. We'll be promoting it with press releases, with social posts on ODOT channels. We'll also be working with our partners at AOC, LOC, all the various organizations represented both on the work group and the subgroup, and with our legislative partners to get this out to as many people as possible. The idea and the goal is to have real engagement from Oregonians to have them tell us what we should be prioritizing, both with our available funding and potential future funding. And then, of course, as the slide shows, we'll come back to you. The survey's open until August 28th. It's about 3 weeks. And then we'll spend those 5-6 weeks analyzing that data, pulling it together, and we will come back to you at your October meeting with a report on both the results of this public engagement and also summarizing some of the other public engagement that the agency does that might be helpful for you in putting together your recommendations. And with that, any questions for me?
See Gail and Chris. I saw Gail's physical hand and Tyler.
Gail, can you take the thing down so we can see everybody? Gail.
Oh.
Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. You asked for our input, so I'm giving it. I don't think, I mean, the survey is very generic. It doesn't get to the key elements that people are irritated about. Of course, everybody wants everything, but they don't want a project that is doubled in cost, initiated by a small group of people that will impact the whole state. You know, they don't want increased taxes. They don't want tolls. I mean, those are the issues. I mean, yes, everybody wants those things, but you're not asking them what the challenges are. I think it should be closer to, you know, if we would deliver these things, what challenges are you willing to accept in order to be able to deliver any of these important projects? That's my 2 cents.
People want to
Thanks, Gail.
comment.
I would know. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I would note I wouldn't consider this the end all be all of public engagement, right? So we will certainly be open to other feedback and working with the public and doing more and more communication and education on this topic. I think the goal here really is to get to that prioritization question. People say a lot, we think you're not prioritizing funding the way you should, but we don't necessarily have a resource that says, here's how we think you should prioritize funding. Because in our most public engagement opportunities, it doesn't require people to really engage in that ranking like that, or in that prioritization. But I hear you.
So Kevin, you're going to get at the capital projects versus capital highway projects versus bike projects versus operations and maintenance. And that's about it. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the goal of this particular survey. So it's quite focused, right? I mean, it's not attempting to cover the entire transportation conversation at all. It's really just trying to get on those two big topics.
So maybe what we want to do is have a little bit of a conversation of how to get to the rest of the questions. And let's make a note of that because I want to make sure we get through the agenda today. And if we have some time at the end of the program, we can get at Gail's comment. And ask ourselves what kind of input we want or what we want to ask you to help us get more information on. Would that be all right?
Absolutely. That'd be great.
All right. Chris.
Yeah, thank you for this. I do have some issue with the impact question in the sense that, let's say I drive every day everywhere. And so of course something that is road related is going to impact me. I have to sort of choose that as if the question's about me, I'm going to have to choose that. But what if I actually care more that my child can get safely to school, that I don't care that I can drive 1 minute faster? So I just have a little bit of issue, like how you would weigh that impact question.
I don't know that I have an answer on that. I think, I mean, certainly, people could engage in what would impact them the most, right? It sounds like you might put the safety answer, even though your schedule is impacted by the delay. But again, to Grace's point, we can certainly think of other ways to capture that information.
Maybe it's you. Maybe it's those that impacts you and those you care about, or something like. I don't know. I'm just pointing out that it's a little bit. It changes the way. Anyway, I'll stop.
No, I hear you. Thank you.
Tyler.
First of all, hi, Kevin. Kevin and I went to high school together, everyone. Because it's Oregon and everyone knows everyone. So thank you for doing this. I guess I do want to echo some of the concerns I heard from folks. These trade-offs seem really blunt force, and I think to Gail's point, they're not really getting into the actual trade-offs that people are making, right? Like, of course we want roads to be maintained. Are you willing to have a tolling fee for that? Are you willing to pay more for this? Like, that's really what I think we're trying to get at. And I guess my other worry, and this is a evergreen issue with transportation, right, is because it is not the sexiest of topics, which is why your job is hard and important. But the public isn't engaging in some of these real questions and some of the things that actually drive these decisions, like are we just re-chipping the road, or are we actually having to repave and dig? Like, those are the sort of trade-offs even within these specific categories that this group, I think, is supposed to wrestle with, that legislators are absolutely wrestling with. And it doesn't feel like this helps them move it along. I will also say, from a modal perspective, it feels very 2004 to me, where it is very siloed, and assumes that when we talk about state of good repair, we don't talk about transit. It assumes that when we talk about safety, we're talking about vehicles. And that is not the way that this group has been working so far. So I guess I'm not sure I would love your feedback on how we take this information when these results come out and how that actually informs the conversation.
Sure. So I think part of this is what we're aiming for is a survey that can be taken by regular Oregonians, right? So what I mean by that is in two ways. One, we were aiming for sort of the most basic possible perception of this, right? So it doesn't require you to know a whole lot about transportation to still ask you, what's most important to you, this or that. And I think the other thing is that, and I will own, we left some things on the table around like what we think makes each thing more compelling, because there isn't necessarily universal agreement on what makes each thing more compelling, right? If I were to really emphasize that spending more on transit reduces congestion and is good for the environment, those are two claims that there is not universal agreement among Oregonians that those are true, right? So trying to really, or for the other example is like spending more on congestion reduction projects reduces congestion and allows you to get to work faster. Again, there's not universal agreement that those claims are true. And so trying to really pull it back to the basics of this is a category of spending, here's what it does. If you were in charge, what would you want to prioritize there was the goal. I would agree, I mean, with Grace, I think we're certainly open to guidance on what additional communications guide assistance and help you guys would appreciate and would help you in your mission. But that's the intention of this survey, at least.
Dan, you're on mute.
I apologize. I know we're trying to go real quick, but my question is, would we be better off asking questions that this group has talked about? Things like, do you know how much you spend on transportation each year? Do you understand who owns what roads? I mean, maybe 3 or 4 basic questions like that as a primer to these type of overreaching questions. I mean, kind of a multiple choice answer so that people look at it and see what the real answer is, that they don't win or lose. But do you spend $200, $400, or $4,000 a year in gas tax? You know, if most people probably would circle 4,000 the way we've heard things before. And just kind of as a primer to these other overarching questions. Do most people know who owns the most miles of road? How you know, those type of things. And even if we ask each county to do it specifically with the information in their counties and then aggregate it at the end. But I think these are all simple processes, but it would be a great way to kind of build a foundation. Anyway, sorry, I know we're trying to move on.
That's good. No, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dan, for sharing that. I kind of agree. I mean, with the public engagement, I'm sure we're considering being strategic on the outreach, but there's this education component that's missing. It has been missing. And I'm assuming at some point when we're ready, we're going to begin that engagement from an education, informative perspective. And I think to Dan's point, there's real issues here. And I sometimes think surveys go out for the sake of saying, well, we had a public engagement, but they're really not as effective. And I think in this case, based on everything that we've gone through in the last 6-7 months, I really think that needs to be part of it.
Could I talk for a minute to Susan and Kelly and the ODOT folks have been, we didn't come up with the need for this and discuss the questions ahead of time. We didn't talk about what the committee wants to get from the public. Would it be worthwhile to take a little bit of have a subcommittee look at the questions that are there, reshape it, and either bring it back to this group in September or reshape it on the side and try and improve the dimensions, maybe take some of the people that have spoken up already and try and reshape it before it goes out. Kevin, it hasn't gone out yet. It says the 7th. It goes out on the 7th. Has it gone out?
It depends on what you mean by go out. I mean, the survey's live. It's on the website, but we haven't promoted it. So I have to imagine the amount of people who've clicked on it is very small, if any, besides me when I just showed you.
So I think that it's important for the committee to get from the public what the committee wants to get from the public. And it doesn't sound like we've kind of reached that, measure just yet. Susan, do you have some thoughts on that, or Kelly? Kelly, you're off.
Yeah, I can jump in. So, I mean, number one, I do want it to be, y'all are raising substantive questions and issues that I think we need to spend some time thinking about and being able to respond to. So yes, I think we can make sure we have a way to do that. I think waiting until September is probably too late in terms of trying to continue to advance it. But here's a little bit of kind of why it looks the way that it looks and why I'm going to tell you I like some of the way that it looks. One of the core key things that we got is that you all are doing things that are not core. You've lost your way, state of Oregon. The question around what is a core service and isn't a core service has actually been a very active and live thing that has stood in our way. So we do have to get at that, and it is intended to push that a little bit. Now, are we getting at it the right way? We can talk about that, but that is by design. The next thing is, if you were hoping it would be a way to test what taxes people might want to pay, it is not that. We actually just got a really live version of that, so we can break down a bunch of numbers on how people feel across the state, at least about payroll and gas tax, but it gives you a good sense. So I'm going to tell you that having it turn into those things is probably not the direction. But I think in terms of having it does need to be a value to you. And if you're seeing it and right now as not serving a value to you, then we need to dig into that. So that's my response.
So could I suggest with the thought in mind that we're looking to get at the core of mission question that was out there, the legislature posed that, ODOT, you've lost your way. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to try and get at that, we can understand as a group as we send this group out. But how about another session with Dan and Patrick and Chris and Tyler next week sometime? Is that possible to reshape and add a little bit?
Gail too, if she's interested.
Gail.
Sorry, Gail, not to force you.
Started with Gail.
No, I think, yeah. Again, I think it's live right now, so I'm not hearing anybody say, Kevin, take it down.
I'm saying, Kevin, take it down.
Oh, you are?
Take
Okay.
it down and reshape it and come back with input from the several members I just mentioned.
Okay. And everybody's okay if that results in
Put it back up a week from now. Just talk to them next week, see if you can add some things to it to get a better response from this group. Is that Gail?
Oh, with that explanation, I think that's helpful to know why you were doing it the way you were doing it. So, it's more, and now I see why, and now I understand better what your goal is. So I would say I'm good with it then.
Can I just ask, it seems like maybe you all are saying there's some need or some question that maybe this survey isn't getting. I know Kelly mentioned there's some other information that maybe we can access. Are there questions that you would like to hear from Oregonians at large?
The reason I raised this is I'm sure we've all participated in surveys, and maybe I'm too far down the road, and maybe you're starting at number 1 and I'm already at number 10. So the surveys I participated in, they said, did you know, like was said, did you know this? Okay, you answer. And if you were told this, would that increase your whatever? Would you be willing to do this if you knew, in other words, the more of a survey, informing as well as getting input. But I hear what you're saying. You're taking baby steps. You're trying to satisfy the legislative mandate about, are you off course? Are you not focusing on what you're supposed to focus on? So I hear what you're saying about that. So maybe my comments were premature.
Kevin.
No, I don't think they're premature, but I will tell you that the group of us wrestled with that concept, and the reason we didn't do something like that is we wanted it to feel genuinely neutral, so that more people across the spectrum could share it. And I would worry a question, say, for example, are you surprised by how little you pay in transportation tax, would discourage lots of folks from feeling like they could share the survey, that they were genuinely being sort of asked to engage in a neutral stance. So it doesn't mean that's not a possible path. But I think we were not trying to use this for education purposes. Education purposes are sort of distinct from this for that reason, because I think lots of people, if they saw too much education, which can not necessarily feel neutral to people, they would be less inclined to think of it as a genuine opportunity to share their thoughts and perspectives.
Good perspective, Tyler. I saw lots of hearts or kisses or hands or something from Chris. So she let go. What's going on? Go ahead.
I absolutely agree with that, Kevin, but I think the change is how much do you think you pay in transportation tax? The average Oregonian pays X. Does it does that number surprise you? Like, is that higher or lower than you thought, right? You don't have to say, is that number, are you surprised by how little that is? There's lots of ways to engage with people's understanding that are neutral. And I think there are some people who probably pay more than they think they, so it can go either way. And Kelly, this is a philosophical framing question. I guess I'm really big on those today, but we did just have a whole panel, almost 2 hours, which was so fun hearing from other folks. And I feel like one of the key things we heard from them is that in order to move transportation funding packages forward, they built shared trust and they built a big coalition of folks to bring a package together. And I would encourage us to think about that, which in some ways aligns with, from my perspective, that is about doing the basics well, but thinking slightly more bigger picture about what the basics are. And I think we in Oregon hear, oh my God, we have to do the basics well. And that's like, okay, highways, potholes, and that's kind of where bridges. Maybe we get to bridges, given that it's going to take us 400 years to fix all our bridges. You could argue that we don't. But I guess I would encourage us to think slightly bigger picture about every other example we've seen. I've spent a fair amount of time in this, looking at states who have passed major transportation packages, or cities and regions who have passed transportation packages. It is by building a slightly broader coalition than the coalitions that existed 30 years ago, because the coalitions that existed 30 years ago are not big enough to do it anymore because the public doesn't trust us.
Okay, so hold on. Let's stay focused on this survey.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Now-
I guess that's my framing for the survey is if we're trying to use a survey to force people to get back to basics, it feels like that's going to be hard.
So can I quickly respond, Ray? And then I'll tell you. So here, yes, we should meet. This is a lot of conversation. It's clearly a lot of interest. I actually think we don't agree on the purpose of this specific survey. So it's hard for us to be talking about what it should or shouldn't include, because I think the way I'm thinking of its purpose and the way you're thinking of its purpose, we actually are all coming at it from a different perspective, and all of those places are valid. But if we don't agree on what this thing is for, then we probably can't tweak the questions. I would tell you, I certainly did not want these questions or these trade-offs to limit in the way you're talking about limiting it. That's not by design. So I think if that's what you're seeing, then we need to kind of get into that, and then also just compare, like make sure we all are like, hey, this is what we believe is possible with this type of tool right now, and this is why we want to be using it in this way. Do we all say, okay, and then in that case, does it have the right stuff in it or not? Because I'm not going to be able to get at a public opinion survey that would actually influence electoral outcomes or really design like an educational campaign, or, it's not intended to be that. So I think we'll fall short if we don't all agree on that first thing. So I guess what I would like to do, maybe Grace with your, is say, let's have that conversation as fast as possible. I do think this is a really important element once we all agree what it is to get it moving. So I don't think it can wait till the next meeting, but if the folks that have raised their hands want to get together ASAP and kind of have at least ask and answer those two questions and see what additional changes we might need. I think that works for me. Kevin, can you make that work?
I can make that work.
Okay, so we're asking you, one, to hold the survey, two, that we understand the focus is fairly limited for what our perspective was going in, and three, you're going to have input from these folks, and I guess four, it's going to go out next week, period, with a little bit more input from the folks that had spoken up earlier. I don't know if that's with or without Gail. She can self-determine there.
Yeah, we don't want to do harm, so we need to have a good gut check here and make sure that.
So Kevin, I'm going to leave it with you to gather those folks together and pull them into a discussion. Does that sound right? Okay, with help from probably Brandy and Kelly and whatnot. Brandy, your hand is up.
Sorry, I think it might just be useful, Kelly and Kevin, just to restate what you're hoping to get out of this survey, just because I think it's been talked around. And so maybe if you can just restate that, and then people can see if they're going to get the answers that they want.
Great. Like right now or next week when we meet.
I think if you can just restate it real quickly, then maybe people can know if they're feeling good or not.
Now.
now.
Okay, I don't know if I entirely know what you're asking. If you're asking me to restate the intent and purpose of the original survey or the reason why we're meeting to talk about it.
The original survey.
Kevin did it. I'm gonna let Kevin cover the purpose of the version. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I would describe the survey as having two primary purposes. One, to genuinely listen to a broad spectrum of Oregonians and have those Oregonians felt like they had a chance to engage in the process and give us guidance on what we should be prioritizing, both with current funding and future funding. And to really get to this idea of what the public feels like our priorities should be as a state when it comes to transportation, both on what we would do with additional money, what we should do with our current money, and what way they would be most impacted by if we had to reduce services. Yep.
I think core mission is a phrase that ought to be in there somewhere. What's ODOT's core mission, right? Priorities.
And I will offer that we designed the survey with AOC and LOC, and the guidance was that they wanted it to be not just exclusive to ODOT, right? Because the conversation around transportation is much broader than just the state highway department. So that's why in that language, in the survey, it's very intentional on sort of viewing this as inclusive of state and county and city transportation agencies, as well as transit agencies, of when you're thinking about transportation, what do you want us to prioritize? And what would make you feel like we're reflecting your will and doing a good and efficient job at it?
Okay, that's it. That's all for this discussion. We need to get a little bit of Susan talking about the future work plan. We're about 10 minutes behind, so make up the time, Susan.
Okay, Chair. I will pop open my slide really quickly, and then I will also send this out to the group immediately after so that you guys can look at it more closely and then provide me any questions or comments that you would like to do. So let me just share. Okay. Okay. So just really quickly wanted to highlight the fact that we're at an important midpoint in our work. We're at meeting 4 of 8. This is just a slide highlighting some of the foundational pieces that we have worked through previously. Wanted to remind everyone that our charge, as you know, is to deliver a report to the governor, kind of including a tiered investment framework with 3 scenarios, recommendations that are tested against this specific criteria, and then a discussion, obviously, on the trade-offs, impacts, and implementation needs. You guys heard this morning the body of work from the subgroups. This is just a quick slide showing you kind of the near-term work that the subgroups are doing. You will be hearing from the sub chairs and ODOT liaisons that are working with the various subgroups. At the September meeting, they'll be going through details of the subgroup work and asking for any guidance, direction to help refine those recommendations, as they will be delivering individual subgroup memos to this work group at the end of September. For the framework of the report specifically, wanted to kind of show you some of the report components that we'll be working through. Again, I will send these slides out and you can provide me with any feedback on that. But then a little bit of a preview going into the next 4 meetings that we have. And again, this is an idealized version of our future. But in September, walking through a criteria prioritization exercise. You'll be hearing and an overview of the funding tools that have been looked at from the funding and finance subgroup. You'll hear about those subgroup draft findings and then direct the subgroups on refinements for final memos. In October, you will review the final subgroup recommendations. That's also where we were planning on bringing back any public engagement findings, discussion on kind of the recommendations for accountability, efficiency, simplification, and a consensus on confirming minimum services and outcomes that must be protected. Then in in November, we'll get into the very sticky working through those preferred investments, funding tools, and policy actions that this group is looking to recommend. Again, that is an idealized version. We will be figuring out the very specific exercises at each meeting to walk people through, but wanted to give you a preview of the next couple of months of work. So I'll send that out after this meeting. And I got us to 140. Oh, Julie.
So, Chair, one of the things that struck me, I wasn't at the last meeting, but I did go back and watch the entire thing and the input that we got from the legislature. What point are we going to engage them again before this final report? Some of the criticism we've heard is we didn't bring a legislative piece to this, and I understand why we didn't. But I think that it might help us a little bit in doing a check-in. I don't know what that looks like, but that's just a suggestion I have.
Can I jump in
You're
on that one?
muted.
Do you mind?
Please go ahead, Kelly.
Chair Brown, there's a few different, so we've got a standing legislative advisory group that's meeting bi-weekly right now. I just met with them last Friday and we're meeting again with them next Friday, and then have regular meetings that kind of align with these decision points. So, I mean, I've promised no surprises and early and often engagement with them just to make sure that they're looped in. We also will have multiple opportunities during September legislative days. We've already been asked to present at the policy committees as well to give an update. And that will be at a really great moment where you all have not concluded kind of putting everything together. We will know what's coming from the subgroups. And so, yeah, we're really prioritizing spending time and being responsive to any questions they have and keeping them up to date.
Julie, you feel comfortable with that?
I do. I think it's going to be important. We've got a heavy lift in front of us, and the more input that we get, not only from them, it's going to make it easier to digest what we're doing. And I think that if they have any opportunity to maybe weigh in, or even, I mean, who knows, maybe they have a great thought that comes forward that we can also be included. So thank you.
So if there's a way toward the end of this process to sit down with them again and talk to them and have them have a chance to query back and forth or something, if you think there's something appropriate there, Kelly, beyond what you're doing, I hope you'd consider that.
Sure. And I can also try to bring back more, like kind of make it a little more two-way. So I'll try to work with Susan to figure out how to build that in.
The only comment I had in that, I noticed on October 9th, we're going to do accountability and that sort of thing. One of the things that Carlos described was efficiency. And I know I had a book about this thick full of efficiencies ODOT was doing when I was reporting out. We were in the pickle at some point when I got started, and it helped to have a focus there and to have the department explain where they're using technology to get more efficient, where they're making cuts, where they're prioritizing some things, and trying to do things better. And it helps the communication to let the legislature know that the department is owning that on their own. I believe Carlos mentioned it with a $6 million cut or something. But there's a lot of mechanisms to do that. And I want to make sure we're focused on that. And the regulatory changes, I think we're trying to ask people for regulatory changes they thought might be helpful in general, where we could cut things out, eliminate things, requirements. And if I didn't see that as part of the process on the feedback. And I think the contractors have some ideas, probably counties and cities do as well. So bringing that forward and this group listening to and standing behind a change in the way we do the work and how we save money and the way we do the work would be a good step ahead for us. Because it's not just about raising taxes, it's about spending the money you have better and improving the trust, that people have in you ODOT. So if we could work that in a little bit or institutionalize that, because we didn't hear any of that. We heard it referenced, efficiency, from Carlos and maybe one other person, but I really think we need to have an active section of our report that stands behind some change of business.
And Grace, what I'm hearing you say two things. One is what is the agency already doing from an efficiency accountability standpoint? And then two, making space for the discussion. I just wanted to state that in the subgroup memo reports, there's going to be a section there about recommendations on accountability and efficiency. And so that will be kind of part of the sub memo discussion that we'll be having
We
here
just
as well.
didn't have the subgroups report out on that though today. And I
Right.
think from a watching us do work point of view, it's probably a mistake that we didn't focus on that enough to have them actually say what's there so that it's on our mind and we let people know it is.
And that's a great note for September when they're coming back, getting into the more specificity to emphasize those components of it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this? Kelly, we've robbed you of a lot of your time for the major projects group, but would you please take over and see if you can get your panel going there?
I'll go fast. Hi, everyone. In the spirit of kind of the last conversation, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what this is and what it isn't before I hand it off to our friends that are going to talk to us. I'll start with what it isn't. I think you all know, actually, there's no dedicated funding stream for major projects at this point. You've heard reports on that. We also do not currently have enough funding to do even the major ones that are kind of in the headlines every day between Rose Quarter, 205, IBR, that kind of thing. So this presentation is not about those. You will not see Toba come up and talk. That would be a whole different presentation to explain sort of what are those ODOT delivered projects that are underway right now, where have we encountered challenges and what are we doing about those challenges. I do think that's important information that we need to get to you as we're kind of heading into these accountability conversations, but that's not what this is. The purpose of this conversation and the presenters that you're going to hear from is there is a desire, there is need all across the state. There are folks that advocate for projects in the legislature, and they get state resources and they have their reasons and for wanting those things to occur. A lot of times those projects are on the state system, sometimes they're not. The folks that you're going to hear from today, you'll get an example project of someone who's kind of at the front end who hasn't completed design. Another project who's more in the middle, much further along, and another one that's completed. And they're just going to talk about kind of their perspective of where they come from and what has or hasn't kind of worked for them. The things I'm hoping that you'll be listening for is what type of time and commitment was required on the part of kind of the advocates of those projects for them to be successful. What was the role of local leadership and coalition building? What demonstrates project readiness? So you'll hear from them, like where they encountered issues or didn't encounter issues. What do we see as maybe helping inform this framework or this recommendation related to major projects moving forward? And then what accountability measures really should accompany major projects, right? So we're looking at not only how to do them better, how to pick them, but as we're moving along, what do we see as necessary accountability provisions? So that is what it is. There are a whole lot of folks. I might get angry phone calls right now, like a bunch of there are projects all over the state that people are fighting for, and they do a great job. We only picked the 3 because I wanted you to see an early stage, a middle stage, and a completed project example. So with that, I'm going to hand it off, and I'm going to go in that order and let folks introduce themselves. Everett, I think, is here from Wilsonville. If you go first and then hand it off to Mike, and then Ryan's going to be our third.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Everett Wild with the City of Wilsonville. I'm our government relations manager. Kelly, did you want us to answer the questions now or just do an introduction?
Why don't you, I think, quick intros, and then I'll read the first question.
Perfect. I will pass it off to Mike then.
All right, Michael Shannon. I'm with the Hood River White Salmon Bridge Replacements. I am part of their owner's rep contract serving the Bridge Authority. I am the project manager I work for H&TB Corporation. Thank you for having us here today.
And I'm Ryan Oster. I'm the Director of Engineering for the City of Bend here in beautiful Central Oregon, except for the smoke. And here to represent the North Corridor project that was finished up just a couple years ago.
Thanks, y'all. Okay, Wilsonville, you're up first. What is the problem your project aims to solve if addressed, and if, when we get to you, Ryan, completed what it did solve?
So the project that Wilsonville talks about probably the most is the Boone Bridge on I-5. I'm sure you've all been stuck in traffic on the Boone Bridge going down to Salem or the coast or anywhere else.
So I'd say that's kind of the first problem that we aim to solve is this regional bottleneck. Traffic southbound from I-84, from I-205, 26, 217, it all kind of converges north of the Boone Bridge here. And so for drivers or freight headed south of the Portland metro area, it's like all roads lead to this bridge, and it can experience 5 to 6 hours of congestion every day, with speeds regularly dropping below 25 miles an hour. One of the things that we've seen and talked about as a city is businesses choose where to locate their operations really carefully. And one of the factors for every business, regardless of what product or service they're selling, is what's the transportation access for their supply chains, for their employees coming to and from work? How do they get their products to market? So we've been mindful of that as a city, knowing that folks may be choosing to locate elsewhere, including potentially out of state, if there's transportation issues. So that's one of the factors that's driving us to advocate for this project as a city. Another one is safety. It's a state designated lifeline corridor route, but it is not seismically resilient and is in danger of collapsing in a major Cascadia subduction earthquake. There's also a high crash location from a little bit north of the bridge to the exits on the south side of the bridge towards Canby and Aurora. There's kind of an A-B exit design, which causes a lot of short merge ramps and a lot of weaving in and out. Which one of these exits am I supposed to be on? There's also a lack of a southbound auxiliary lane. Northbound has one, southbound does not. And that kind of imbalance on the bridge creates a lot of that backup and confusion for drivers as well. So those are kind of two of the main reasons why we are working with ODOT to try to move this project forward and the problems it seeks to solve. I want to go back one more thing on the kind of regional connections. The Boone Bridge, I pulled the numbers. They're 2024 numbers, which was the most recent year that we had available at the time. I don't know if the 2025 numbers have come out in the last couple of weeks. There are approximately 128,000 vehicles that drive across the bridge every day. 17,500 of those are freight or commercial vehicles. So that's 13.6% of all trips. That's both more daily traffic than the interstate bridge and more freight and commercial traffic as a percentage of all traffic. So it really is a regional bottleneck for access to Salem, Eugene, Southern Oregon. So those are the kind of two main reasons, the safety and the bottleneck.
Thank you. Mike, can you tell us what your project is and what problem it's going to solve?
Sure, and if you've been across our project, I don't really have to say a lot. As if you've been across it, you've seen the problems with our structure. It's 100 years old, functionally obsolete. We are now at a 7 out of 100 scale. So it's really, a lifeline for these communities, kind of the same things that Everett was saying. The project is not seismically resilient. It's one of the few crossings that we have in the gorge area, and really is a connection for emergency access, both serving SR 14 and the Washington side, as well as Interstate 84 in Oregon. Anytime something happens on either one of those sides of the river, this bridge becomes a lifeline for people to be able to get in and out of their communities. So that's really the problem we're solving, is a 102-year-old structure that has just served its purpose. It's outside of its useful life and needs replacement. So.
All right, Ryan.
Thanks, Kelly. So the Bend North Corridor project, for those familiar with Central Oregon, is the conversion point of coming from US 97 and US 20, whether you're coming from Sisters or Redmond, and they all come together at the north end of town, right by the Cascade Village Shopping Center. And so it became a bottleneck, and the highway was basically the frontage road for the shopping center. So multiple signals, multiple other things that all the freight corridor and everybody had to deal with every time you were coming to the north end of Bend. So really, we were addressing increased traffic volumes, congestion, safety issues, freight delays. The lack of walking and biking facilities was also an issue that we addressed with this, and just creating a smoother way for folks to get north and south here in Central Oregon without having to stop at half a dozen stoplights along the way.
Thank you. Okay, question number 2 is going to be slightly different for each of you as you answer it. But this is getting at like, so how long did it take your project to move from concept to completion? If you are not at completion, how long have you been working to advance this particular project? And just kind of tell your story a little bit about the twists and turns along the way.
So for Boone Bridge, because we are not even at 0% design yet, there are probably significantly fewer twists and turns than Ryan has experienced on his project. But this has been a known bottleneck for decades. It's kind of the recent history on the project started in 2018. ODOT and the city of Wilsonville partnered on what's called the I-5 facility plan, and it evaluated the bottleneck, the exits, considered some future conditions, increased traffic flows, that kind of thing. And basically proposed solutions with auxiliary lanes. How far does the auxiliary lane go? How many are there? That would help with both the through traffic and the local traffic flow as it gets on the bridge to try to cross over to Charbonneau, Canby, Aurora, Butteville, communities just on the south side of the river. The following year, in 2019, in a budget note, the state legislature directed ODOT to do a study to determine the best way to widen and seismically retrofit the Boone Bridge. They reported back in January of 2021. The assessment essentially was there's a slight small cost savings to doing a retrofit, but it was so minimal and so negligible that the recommended path forward was to do a complete replacement of the bridge. And that also had the benefit of allowing the wider structure that could accommodate a southbound auxiliary lane. ODOT has been doing some preliminary environmental investigation and pre-planning work over the past, they're doing some geotech drilling right now, but over the past couple of years has been kind of on and off. There was a planning and environmental linkages study and a climate-friendly and equitable communities study, both completed in 2025, that kind of sets up some documentation that you need to go into NEPA. In fact, we were just out with Congresswoman Salinas and State Senator Courtney Neron-Mislin, State Representative Sue Ricky Smith, my mayor, and ODOT folks last week to do a site visit of the geotech drilling that's going on right now. So far, the funding that's been secured that has kind of gotten us to that point is $4 million of federal redistribution funds. It was approved by the OTC in 2020. And then there was $1 million from the state legislature in last year's Christmas tree bill. We also have a federal earmark request pending for $2.25 million, which has been secured in the House Transportation, Housing, Urban Development Appropriations Bill by Congresswoman Salinas. So trying to kind of braid all these funding sources together, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But it's been a known issue for many, many years, and we're starting to pick up some steam.
Mike?
All right, well, we are on year 26 since we started the concept of replacing this structure. It's had a number of starts and stops, but really it was in 2017 when the project received some funding from the state of Oregon that really established the project. And part of that was in part that the local organization realized it needed its own leadership. And they developed a group that really focused on developing a plan and creating something that could show progress, that had backing to it, had a lot of depth to it, and really started to pull that consensus together and really started to work that plan, right? And started to realize that it wasn't going to take one funding source. It was going to take coordination and collaboration between two states, local partners, marine environment, marine users, and really started to develop a detailed plan. And I think that's really what started to help move this through from the original concept to where we are today with 60% plans. But I think we need to recognize that large projects like this are not sprints. They're more like marathons, and you have to have a well-developed plan, and you have to stick to that plan. And that's really, I think, what's been the focus in the last 5, 6, 7 years has been to stick to a plan and try to move that plan forward. So.
Mike, I think you win. I think yours is taking longer than ours did, but not by much. So, work on the North Corridor project here in Bend started in the early 2000s. We didn't identify a specific project, more just through traffic modeling, knew that this area was going to be an issue in the future. More formal planning began in around the 2006, 2007 timeframe when ODOT did a more specific study. A little bit after that, it turned into the environmental assessment side. We did the EIS process. And so there was a good, 10 years there of just getting through kind of the initial planning, identification, environmental impact work. And then probably around 2016, 17, once an alternative had been chosen, we really got serious about going after the funding. So the next 3-4 years was really all about getting the funding needed for this project. So initial estimates had the all-in project somewhere around 300 million. We wound up building about 200 million worth of work, so we had to value engineer a bunch of stuff along the way, and knowing full well that we have a future phase now that we're going to need to deliver. But that was really the goal in the 2016, 17, 18, 19 timeframe. Also during that time, the city worked in conjunction with ODOT to lobby at the federal level through the infra grant, and so we'll talk about that a little bit more on the next question. And then finally got under construction in about 2022. So about 20 years after we first started talking about it. And then a couple years worth of construction efforts got us wrapped up in late 24, early 25 timeframe. So all in a 22, 23-year life cycle from when this first got considered as a project to when we were able to call it substantially complete and put traffic on it.
Okay, so y'all all made it clear these things take some time. So can you speak to sort of the coalition and community commitment that you've needed and how that changed over time? But before you answer that, Tyler.
I don't know if we get Q&A, but just given that we have two significant bridge projects and that this has been a big topic in the major projects group, can Wilsonville and Hood River, can either of you speak to your approaches to using tolling in your work? Because we've actually talked about both of you in the context of the major projects group.
Yeah, and I'm happy to start. Our project actually has been tolled ever since the bridge opened in 1924. So the bridge was actually established from a private entity that established the tolling when they first opened the bridge, and it has been tolled ever since. So tolling has been playing a big part of this until recently. The bridge has never taken on any federal or state funding. It has been supported over the years by its toll revenue, and really just the costs have outweighed the toll revenue, and it's gotten to a point where, and it's a good example, if you don't keep your tolling in line with inflation, the tolling eventually will not support the infrastructure that it's meant to support. But the communities in our area are familiar with it. They've supported a recent toll increase in order to develop a toll revenue stream and a toll reserve to develop bonding or the use of a TIFIA loan. Of course, everybody would prefer not to pay tolls, but I think it's going to be our future. And I could go down a whole path of how we should fund roadway projects. That gas tax isn't going to work, but I think tolling is an option and something that will be a part of our future in infrastructure investments.
Just for those that don't live and breathe transportation, TIFIA is a federal program that allows entities to borrow money. If they have a way to pay it back, they kind of act as a bank. It's not a grant program by any means, but it's a federal loan program that does help many jurisdictions. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Grace.
For us, is almost the exact opposite story. So in the 2017 package, the Boone Bridge was not identified as one of the major projects, but it was added in House Bill 3055 in 2021. And in that language, it also specifically was called out in statute to toll the Boone Bridge. One of the things that makes Wilsonville unique among cities of our population size, obviously Portland, Salem, Eugene are different examples, but for a city of our population size, we have part of our community on one side of the river and part of our community on the other side of the river. And so about 12% of our population roughly is down in Charbonneau, south of the river. And so it is tolling is near and dear to our heart in the sense that any conversations around tolling on this bridge would have a massive outsized impact on our communities and folks that are just trying to cross to get to the grocery store or go to a doctor's appointment, that kind of thing. So we were fortunate to have that language removed in the last session and would be very, very watching closely if tolling were to come back for the Boone Bridge.
Grace?
Everett, with that in mind, I don't know how much Wilsonville seems like a fairly new city to me. With that in mind, what is the obligation of the local jurisdiction to pay some for the bridge? If the interstate is your local road, or the city could put up its own bridge over the river, right? For the transportation back and forth, and the state could contribute a little something to it as opposed to impacting the bridge, or maybe the state would see that the connection is worth it to build an alternative to the local traffic, but it just seems like the city should be paying a little bit more for that. Am I off base on that assumption?
There have been conversations in the past around a kind of local separate bridge. I think that 2018 report that I mentioned had some research into that. I think with costs to maintain two separate facilities, construct two facilities, there would be some potential challenge in that. So I can follow up with more detailed information if you'd like, but I know that that's something that had been considered in the past, but has not really been on the books recently.
Thank you.
Before you finish that, you didn't actually answer Grace's question. What is Wilsonsville monetary or county's monetary contribution to this project?
To date, the city has partnered on this project from 2018. We continue to work with ODOT staff closely. We have not made a direct contribution to the funding of the interstate facility. I think that would be fairly unusual for a local government to kind of take some financial responsibility of an interstate facility. But we've definitely partnered closely and had kind of engineering and technical partnerships with ODOT.
I would disagree with that. We've lost 3 developments because local government didn't have the money to participate with ODOT on overpass projects. So that seems unusual to me that you're not contributing. Anyway, thank you.
Keep going.
Okay, Wilsonville back off the hot seat. Okay, all right, let's go to the next question, which is the coalition and community commitment needed, and how has that changed over time for your project? And I'll start. Maybe we'll go completed back this time. So Ryan, do you mind kicking that one off?
Yeah, happy to. So definitely a group effort on this one. And Dan, to your earlier question, yeah, whether it's financial or otherwise, none of this gets done in a silo, right? So in our case, obviously Region 4 ODOT ran this thing and was the point. City of Bend, Deschutes County also partnered with us because we were able to do some ancillary stuff that benefited the county system as well. And then we even, squeezed the developers as much as we could to get some other minor contributions to come into this. And so the biggest thing that I think we did as a jurisdiction with our partner agency there in ODOT is the House Bill 2017 really was the first inject of money into this project. But the benefit of having that roughly $50 million dedication from House Bill 2017, and then the city bringing in another, all in with developers and everything else, another 20 million or so, that allowed us as a collective send representatives and lobbyists back to DC. And that's where we went and talked to at the federal level and wound up being successful in lobbying for infra grant funding, which contributed another 65 million towards this project as well. So we had to come up with the seed money. We had to use some funds within the city. ODOT was successful in getting money from House Bill 2017. And then we were just flipping over couch cushions and ultimately went to the federal level through the infra grant. So a lot of coordination on that time period where you're trying to build the financial model that you need to make this work. And then once it went into construction, because it was federal money and mostly and also state money, ODOT Region 4 led the project. And then the city had, at any given time, 2 to 3 different city liaisons, depending on what portion of the project they were on, in order to kind of work through the nuts and bolts of, how something's going to get built, how they're going to detour traffic off of the highway onto the city system, sometimes onto the county system, and how that all got worked out together. So collective effort, but majority of the work was done through the ODOT system and through the Region 4 team here, which was incredible. And really, then they would just defer to the city when they felt that it was appropriate of something that was more in our wheelhouse to come up with. And then, of course, as a team, as a collective, we had to ensure that we were doing all the proper paperwork and submittals for the infra grant, as well as at the state level for the House bill, and making sure all the paperwork was aligned and everybody was being transparent about the invoicing and change orders and amendments and everything else that we experienced through this process.
You're up, Mike.
All right. Well, for us, it was a unique experience. The existing bridge is owned by the Port of Hood River, but it serves communities both in Oregon and Washington. And I think it was the recognition that the new bridge needed a bi-state representation that really solidified this project being able to go forward. And it was through Oregon and Washington legislation that the concept of the bi-state bridge authority was created, and that was developed by appointing members from the communities that were involved in this project. So the city of Bingen, the city of White Salmon, city of Hood River, county of Clickitat, county of Hood River, and the Port of Hood River actually appoint the members of the board that will oversee the new bridge. And it really solidified a central group that was leading this project and could represent all of the communities that were involved. And being appointed members, it really allowed them to solicit nominations and create a group of people that had backgrounds that had delivered big projects and experience with big projects, and was a real range of diversity in that. And I think just the single commitment by the region that this was their number one priority. We don't get the question about why we're doing our project. We get the question of when will our project be done? And that's really, helped with the need here, is that everybody realizes and has kept this their number one priority for a number of years and have really gotten behind it, including our tribal partners. We have 4 treaty tribes that are impacted by this project. All 4 of them have provided letters of support for the project and have stood behind the project. From our, agricultural communities, our recreational communities, our marine users, everybody recognizes this need, and that has probably been our single source of strength, is that there's really nobody that's against this project. And that's a very unique situation when you have a project that has that much support and that many people standing behind it.
Thank you. Okay, and before I hand it over to Everett, I think you might get to be the last say, because I have not kept my promise and we're a little bit over. So if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind taking this, and you'll be our last answerer.
As Mike said, I think that rings true for us too, is that we've got this very kind of strong unified commitment at the community level We've built this coalition kind of kitchen cabinet that's permeated that up through the federal level. So we've got ODOT staff who's been stellar, Wilsonville staff, including engineering staff, and our elected leadership, state legislators that come, and then staff for Congresswoman Salinas. And we get together fairly regularly, once a quarter or so, and kind of talk about next steps and where we're at, and really have been building this kind of coalition that will eventually soon branch out into businesses and keep building the network of interested folks. But so far, everyone has been extremely supportive in terms of businesses that we've talked to, community support. That's been absolutely crucial. We've also been kind of bouncing, is the term that I've been using, funding requests back and forth with the state and the Fed. So get a little bit of federal money, then ask the state, and get a little more federal money, and that has helped demonstrate progress, show that level of commitment for folks as we continue getting all this pre-planning before we even get to 0% design. And Commissioner Doran, to your kind of prior question, that the role of the city in that has really been providing some engineering support, partnership with ODOT as a technical partner. And so we've had a great relationship in that way.
Okay, well, thanks. With y'all's permission, I will stop it here. Just want to I want to preserve the last part of the agenda, but I just want to say thank you very much for participating. And again, just a reminder, we intentionally brought in folks that are at very different stages of the process. So makes sense. Some folks have more fleshed out coalition, other folks would be at the beginning stages of that. So appreciate you kind of walking that through. And then just for this group, obviously, in case you didn't know, major projects take a long time. They take a lot of different funding sources. They are very complicated, and they need enduring coalitions that can last beyond any one particular term or anything like that. They last a while. So thanks for helping illustrate all those things. Any final questions from anyone before I give it back to Grace? Okay, thank you so much.
Very nice job. I want to thank each of you for coming today. We really appreciate you coming to the committee and walking us through it. These are good perspectives, and Kelly did a nice job of picking 3 projects that show a different piece of what it takes to do the job. So thank you, all 4 of you, very much. It's time to wrap this puppy up. We will have a summary instead of walking through us trying to summarize what's happened here. I have some notes, and I'll talk to Susan about that. I think it's important for you to review the summary though, and make sure you're in agreement with it. If there's some issues, I want to know that, because we're trying to start to lasso the information that we have and draw it to a conclusion in conjunction with the subgroup. So next time we will have the subgroups in front of us again, and we will again be working over the data to try and make sure that we're headed in the right direction. And I want to remind you all that the remaining meetings are going to be increasingly tougher as we try and reach some conclusions as to what's going on. And we'll try not to have very many surprises, just lay out the work that's there. But that's what the rest of our work is really finishing this up, sanding it down, and making sure we have a recommendation. And I want you to think about how we can stay within the task that we've been given and the contract, the construct. Kelly's been helping us construct this thing. And so the manner in which we address what's coming up is really important, because I know there's some people that would like us to have a recommendation to solve all the world's problems. And we just had 3 good examples of, what capital projects mean to the state. But we've got to get practical about what we're doing. So thinking through how to properly respond to the governor, and salute to Kelly and the legislature, and still alert everybody that there's a bigger problem out there that needs to be solved than what we're probably going to be able to do this first biennium is important piece. So any questions on where we're going from here? September is a live meeting, not virtual at all, live meeting in Salem. Look forward to seeing all of you. Please reach out if there's anything in between we need to talk about. But any questions? I'm really grateful for all the work you guys have put into this. It's a lot, and everyone's staying very dedicated. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Chair Kronikan. Have a great afternoon, everyone.